How do we know when we're live?
We are probably live right now. I just want to wait for the screen to show up. There we go. Hello, everybody, and welcome to another episode of the BTR live stream. BTR stands for Break the Rules. I am your host, Lev Polyakov. You could find me at LevPo on Twitter. And we have a great panel for you tonight about UFOs, extraterrestrials, the mysteries of the universe. And to my left, we have Zach Waldman. To my right, we have Shima, the Dakini. Below, we have on the left Jules Hamilton. In the middle, Matt Kahn. And our special guest tonight, the great Jim Adams, who is the former Deputy Chief Technologist at NASA. So it is an honor to have you and to have everyone at the panel. And I would love to just start back up and just ask everybody how they were introduced to the concept of searching for the mysteries of the universe and what are some of the curiosities that have fascinated you the most. So let's go in reverse order, starting with Jim.
So, thanks, Lev. It's a pleasure to be here. I remember, it was almost 10 years ago, I think, when we first met at the National Arts Club.
It
Um,
was. Thanks to
yeah,
Liz Kennick. By the way, shout out to Elizabeth Gallagher Kennick, the head of Teachers in Space.
yeah, yeah. Great organization, educating the scientists and engineers of the future. Actually, educating the educators of scientists and engineers in the future. Um, yeah, so I'll just put it out there that one of the things, when I was growing up in the 1970s and at college, I was playing with microchips, and down the road from where I was going to college, there was this company that made cash registers, and I thought to myself, gee, someday these cash registers are going to be electronic, and uh, and so that's what I wanted to do with my life, was I wanted to design cash registers. But the folks that ran the cash register company knew that too. They saw the same trend, and they were hiring electrical engineers, not physicists. And so my degree in physics didn't qualify me to design cash registers. Instead, I had to go with my second choice, which was a job in aerospace. And so I started working at General Electric Company, and that's where I got the bug on space. First time I saw a picture of Earth taken from a satellite that I had helped to build, was just an incredible thing, and it stimulated me to continue to do more. And then over time, I ended up at NASA. I ended up, probably the sweet spot in my career was the deputy director of planetary science, and that meant that anything that left Earth reported to me. The rovers on Mars, the probe to Pluto, messenger at Mercury, all of it, and that's when those were incredible times. Every week we had some bit of new news about this amazing solar system that we live in, and the thing that caught me was that every destination we went to was different. No two asteroids were the same, no two planets for sure were the same. All of the moons, even the moons around, another planet like Jupiter, all of the Galilean moons, they're all different. And it just made me wonder, what is this all about? And that's really kind of what stimulated my career in science communication. And today, I get the opportunity sometimes to, when we're not locked down, to travel the world and tell people about space exploration and space science.
Excellent. And let's go to Matt Cohn. Matt, can you hear us?
Yep, guys. Thank you, Jim. I'm excited to be here. Thanks for having me, guys. So yeah, I mean, I honestly, I've never been interested in UFOs or ETs or any of that stuff until last year. Unfortunately, a close friend of mine took his life, and that was a very challenging time for me. And it forced me to start asking the bigger questions of what the fuck is going on, right? And that sent me down a bunch of different rabbit holes, and almost, like it was destiny almost. But I found a lot of amazing information about the nature of reality, and realized that I literally knew nothing, and that almost everything I'd been told was a lie. Hypothetically speaking, we still don't know much, but yeah, that was kind of how it all started. So I'm excited to learn more, and I've since then really developed a hunger for uncovering the truth and what we can know as humans. So thank you guys for having me.
And Jules?
I've always been intensely curious. I think it goes back really to when I was at Alan Stevenson in my 9th grade. Alan Stevenson is a New York private school that ends in 9th grade. And my teacher, Mr. Cohen, said very intensely to me, "You don't know nearly as much as you think you know." And it was a very piercing, like, epistemological crisis for me, because he was exactly right. And so I discovered Karl Popper in college and the notion of fallibilism. George Soros is one of Karl Popper's students. He's probably one of the most famous fallibilists. The fallibilism is the idea that the belief in that anything you believe can be wrong, right? So I have tried to prioritize error detection and self-correction as much as I can. And so that's why I like to engage with information and weigh it. So I love direct sources. So whenever I can encounter direct source, I feel like that's the process of accumulating knowledge. And that's how you can enjoy an intense curiosity as we go through the journey of life.
That sounds great. Shima?
I think my answer kind of unusual in this moment, but I've always really been interested in truth, and maybe as a really young person, I might not have said it like that, but now it's really clear to me. Like, I've wanted to know the deeper truth of essentially what is God, the truth about God. Like, I really wanted to know, because I was brought up in a traditional religion, and it didn't. I'd go sit in the chapel on Sundays and ask God to show himself to me, and nothing would happen. And I really wanted to know, what is this divinity? What is God? I had some kind of love in my heart around that. And then at the same time, I also wanted to know the truth about sexuality, because it seemed like another great mystery that very few people knew very much about on the planet. And I had this deep interest in it. And so I had both interests. And I went on a journey looking for it. And I found this path called Tantra, which is about the meeting of sex and soul, and that they're not separate. And that in that meeting, a doorway can open where you can meet the divine, or the mystery, which has since become my deep love affair, is the mystery and all things in that mystery. So that's what turned me into this great love of mysteries. Yeah.
That sounds great. And Zach?
Hey, I also just want to say thank you for having me. This is fun. Jules, and a longtime futurist collaborator and thought provoker. Very much appreciate the chance to join everyone here today. So I don't know. I mean, listen, I've been enamored with the future and what it holds since I was very young. I know 4th grade, I did a junior Toastmasters speech, and I had to pick a topic, and I chose the future, and I had this whole list that I brought out that get longer, and I talked about computers and robots and automation and these things that were just glimpses on the horizon at the time. And I was expecting a slow clap, kind of all the students raising up. That was not what happened. They were much more into the hacky sack presentation after me, but it definitely didn't stop for me. And I think that what I love about futurism is this idea that you have to extrapolate out every current trend to its natural progression. And I think that there's a million ways to think about extraterrestrials and UFO in the future, but very simply from a planetary angle, right? You know, if we start with the fact that we exist at this point, and you extrapolate out, you get UFOs. If you start with the fact that there's a gazillion stars out there in the world, and you know, and we can only, and you just take certain statistical reasons, it extrapolates out to UFOs. So anyway, so there's so many different ways that you, I think, arrive at UFOs, and we can talk about all of them later. But that it's a very interesting, you know, centerpiece of futurism.
Definitely. And one of the ways I think Jim is going to be helping people arise at UFOs is, Liz told me you've been going all around the world helping people develop their own space programs in different countries. So what I'm curious about here is, what is that process like? And also, Liz is planning on launching her own satellite coming up. I'm very excited for that. And she told me that she has to get permission from the NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, for national security reasons, like, you know, you can't go over Iran and stuff like that. So I'm curious what the limitations would be for people if they do want to launch things into space and explore what's out there.
Yeah, so there's a number of government regulations. Like when I was starting out, there were certain spots on the world that you couldn't take pictures of. I don't know if that's still true today. There are some international agreements, and you might actually be able to find in like the Google database, Google Earth database, where there's spots that you don't see pictures of.
Like in Antarctica.
Well, yeah, I'm not even sure I know where those spots are. I think there's several in the United States, and there's some, like, I know you can't like take images of Camp David, for example, right? Or in Australia, but that doesn't mean that agreement is in place to stop imaging because there's something that that might be, you know, like there might be aliens there or anything like that. It's there because for national security reasons, for reasons that one nation doesn't want another nation to know what they're doing there. And so that is a tension in humanity that's as old as time. It goes all the way back to the clans of you know, of those that grew up during the Stone Age and that sort of thing. So I think those rules are in place, and there's a lot of them. And so, you know, for example, in the United States, if you launch a rocket from the United States and you do damage somewhere, the United States is liable for that, right? Not just the company that launched the rocket. So it becomes a big deal, especially when you're going to start launching rockets, because they're just basically controlled explosions. Flying over different portions of the world, you can't help, once you get into an orbit, you can't help but fly over different portions of the world, you know, like not flying over Iran or Iraq. You're gonna do that. And so there's an international committee that helps to govern the behavior of organizations that fly satellites. Because you just, you know, the orbital mechanics are such that you just can't stop the satellite and do a dog leg left so you avoid Iran. So yeah, so there's a number. And so the Federal Communications Commission has regulations on how you can communicate to them. Certain wavelengths are set aside for space use, and they want to make sure that you stay there, because you could interfere with cell phone service on the ground, and so and other kinds of radio communications. So there's the FAA, there's the FCC, there's NOAA, and then the FAA governs the safety launching rockets and that sort of thing. So that's in the United States. Other countries may have more restrictions or they may have less. And one of the things if it hadn't been for COVID, I would be doing like right now is conducting a review of those sorts of policies for the National Space Agency of South Africa. And unfortunately, I'm here in the United States.
That's Shima's home turf.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
What is NOAA? I thought I've heard of NOAA before in passing.
Yeah. NOAA is the organization that they're a government agency, just like NASA is, but they go to NASA and have their satellites built by NASA, but then they operate their satellites. So whenever you see a satellite picture of weather formations, or you see data associated with the oceans, that's all come through the National Atmospheric and Oceanic Administration, NOAA. NOAA. Yeah.
How do controls on information work at NASA? So if you work at NASA, does everybody know everything, or are certain people on a need to know basis?
So, it is so interesting that NASA has this reputation for secrecy and that sort of thing, but nothing could be further from the truth. Everything at NASA is open, with the exception of the tiniest little bit of stuff that has to do with national security, and largely because we do support the Department of Defense from time to time, not targeting weapons or anything like that, but mostly in the area of space technology. And so NASA has an openness policy, actually, a policy that says we will be as transparent as we possibly can be with our data without releasing data in a way that misleads people. A while back, one of the previous presidents had a press secretary that issued a policy that wanted to meddle with the NASA data that we'd been taking on climate. And there was a big uproar amongst the scientists, and that this policy of transparency and open communication and open data, in fact, came out of that debate that happened as a result of basically one person that kind of wanted to shut down the opinions of what the science data was saying. And so there you go. I mean, we could start talking about truth right there. And,
are you familiar with John L. Casey?
No.
He used to work at NASA.
Mm-hmm.
And he wrote a book called Dark Winter. It's more like a essay. It's more like a 100-page essay.
Mm-hmm.
And he was saying that there was a suppression of information.
Yeah. I rose to be the highest ranked civil servant technologist in the agency. Was at the White House a lot, toured every NASA field center. And I have to tell you, as much as we'd like to imagine that NASA has shut things down, that's just not the case.
That's not how he described it. But I think that's fair enough. I think that's fair enough.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty cool to think of NASA as this organization that knows a lot of things that we're not sharing, because it makes for great stories, right? Great science fiction comes out of it. I'm just, so I enjoy the stories as well. And I tend not to try and compare science fiction to the realities within my own organization, because I'd like to enjoy the stories.
In general, would it be fair to say that in the history of, let's say, the United States, there have been instances, and I am definitely not pointing figures at NASA here, I'm just saying any kind of military organization, there have definitely been instances of programs that have been kept secret for a long time, such as the Manhattan Project. So in that sense, I think that the room for possibility of there being certain things, like what originally inspired this conversation for me was the Pentagon releasing that video of the, quote, unidentified aerial phenomena, which I'm sure everybody here has seen. So what fazed me the most, though, was that when this came out, this confirmation, most people were just watching TikTok videos, or, you know, they cared about some, you know, just some totally bread and circus stuff in comparison to something that I think has a lot of weight to it. So I'm curious what everybody's take is, and now let's go in reverse order, starting from Zach Waldman.
On my take on the videos?
Yes. Well, your take specifically on the Pentagon video that they released of the identified aerial phenomena that the Navy took.
Yeah. So I have a friend actually who wrote one of the Washington Post articles that came out after that video initially surfaced, which was back in 2017, I believe. It's, you know, here's the funny thing about UFOs, right? Because, like, let's take this little logic thing. In the very beginning, you could be like, how do we know anything is real? How do we know anything exists? And while we have like certain like basic like we say, an expert has to have seen it. Like that's generally our like highest level of does something exist? Is an expert seen it? And this is their commentary. And I don't think you get more expert than the pilots of these kind of jets. So in terms of understanding and being aware of and being able to interpret aerial phenomenon, unknown or, you know, unidentified or not, these are literally the experts. They are entrusted with billion-dollar plus planes. They are the experts in the world as far as we've got them. The fact that they're up there and you can hear them talking to each other, right? Like being like, you know, like what the fuck is this? like they are genuinely surprised at what they are seeing. They can't interpret it. And that to me is the highest level of proof you get. I mean, we didn't have a video of the giant squid until 2013. And it's like literally the video is like, whoa, for 2 seconds. And that's it. That's how we're like, yep, giant squids exist. No question. And if you take a look back and you're like, whoa, okay, this was the highest level of like, but like, what were some of the other levels? Well, we've had thousands of people throughout the years say, I have seen one with my own freaking eyes. And we've had people check and they can't interpret it. Then we've, you know, how about the people that have, you know, taken photos of it, right? Like we're like, oh, well, we don't just believe your word. We need photo evidence. And it's like, oh, I could give you 1,000 photos of, you know, of these things. And then it's like, oh, no. I mean, a photo, they're easily doctored. I need video evidence. It's like, oh, guess what? More video evidence. It's like, how much proof does anyone need, right? And you can, again, start where I talked about last time, which is way back with like, there's, you know, X amount of galaxies and they have X amount of planets in them that revolve around X amount of stars. And there's this likelihood that X amount of them are in the Goldilocks zone. So like, what is the just basic, like statistical chance that we are not the only ones out there? And it's like, statistically, there are billions and trillions. It actually is crazy that we're still having this conversation in this like exploratory way.
Well, Jim, just looking at this aerial phenomena from a scientific perspective, just like from a sober scientific point of view, what would you make out of it? Like, what are the chances that this is not, let's say, aliens in the extraterrestrial sense, but this could be man-made technology?
Like ace in the hole tech.
So, you know, I really like, was it Zach? Yeah, I like Zach's point about, you know, these are men who are, or people who are trained to be observant and objective, right? Because they got to fly these planes and frankly, you know, they don't want to drop a bomb on the wrong person, right? And so, and I've seen the video, and I'll just tell you, I know that it's something. But if you just look at the history of our own interaction with unknown phenomenon, in general, the probability is very high that it's not what we've first imagined it to be. And so I am loath to jump straight to say, oh, well, that's a spaceship turning sideways in the video. I'm more curious about what kind of phenomenon it could be. It's definitely not, you know, uh, a radar that's kind of messed up or anything like that. And it doesn't appear to be like a flock of birds either. So there's something there, and we should investigate it. Is the way I look at it. Just like, you know, when we said we want to find life beyond Earth, we're finding things worthy of investigation, and so we should go find out and get objective proof um, of what these phenomena are that we're seeing and have seen ever since we've started flying airplanes.
While this may be in the realm of speculation, and after this, by the way, I would love to find out more of the mystical perspective from Shima on aliens having to do with not so much outer space as inner space. But before I get to that, I'd be very curious about the implications of this aerial phenomena if we do find out that it is a spacecraft of some sort, or just any man-built craft. And if it has such technology to be able to do things that would earn multiple Nobel Prizes, I'm sure, you know, for whoever it is that's going to unveil this kind of tech, then I'm curious who here thinks that we may not be so far away from having the kind of technology that would enable us not to live on oil anymore, not to live on all these resources that a lot of people have interest in maintaining as far as money goes.
Feels like you asked multiple questions at the same time.
I know. Well, I'm curious about the ramifications of this kind of tech.
You started, did you start with the spiritual question?
No, that was going to be for later. So my first question has to do with ramifications of there being technology out there that would help us get off oil. Because when I look at these things, if we could rule out that it's just some kind of an environmental glitch, then some object like this, I think, has great potential for, you know, giving some kind of free energy. I mean, people have been very curious about the potential for that.
I just wanted to go on a tangent for a second, but on that subject, and ask a question for Jim. Doesn't NASA also doesn't have like other things under its purview, like energy production and oil? I heard that NASA has its own oil operation so that it can work with its own machines and stuff like that. Isn't that also part of NASA's wheelhouse?
No,
It's not.
No, the energy production in the United States is the bailiwick of the Department of Energy. And in fact, if we were going to fly a nuclear reactor in space, which we haven't done, or if we have in the 60s, but recently, what we do, it's interesting that you show this, what we do is research into techniques of creating energy off world. So the idea is not so much that we would be able to make our own facilities self-sustaining. For that, we buy energy from companies right here on Earth. But we do need to know how to make energy once we get to Mars or the moon. And
so what is this document I'm looking at? Because
I have no idea. I've never seen it before.
it's from NASA.
Well, of course, I've seen everything that we're. But let's see.
Did you understand my question?
I'm just looking at the headline for the first time. No, this is all about either adding to the technology that we have today, or and now it's gone. But or
I can pull it back up.
No, that's all right. There's lots of bits of research that NASA does, but it's not so much to make NASA self-sustaining here on Earth. It's to make sure that when we get our astronauts to their destination, or if we need to send a spacecraft out into space, that we can do it more efficiently. We always work with the Department of Energy, who has the lead on such things. So, are we inventing new technologies for, say, sustainable energy like solar cells? Yeah, we're working on that. But it's because we want to take solar cells deeper and deeper into space, and not because we're trying to upset the oil economy or anything like that.
Oh yeah, no, yeah.
So I want to bring things over to Shima, who I would love for you to get a chance to talk a little bit about your connection to this realm of the unknown that I've also been connecting with as far as meditation goes and things like that. So where do you stand on the question of, are we alone in the universe, first off?
I want to answer you, but I had a question for Jim first, if you don't mind.
Go for it.
But I got curious, Jim. If you could meet an alien, you know, if there were such things as aliens and you could meet one, would you like to?
Absolutely. Yeah, but I fear that at first our first encounter with life beyond Earth is going to be more like microbes or algae than something that I could shake hands with. So but absolutely, you know, and I would even venture to say, if I could ever get to the point of meeting an alien that is that we picture, say, in Star Wars or something like that, I'd like to think they're friendly, because I know I would be. I'd probably be the first one that got killed, though. But the reality, the objective truth here is that what we're looking for in our own solar system right now is microbes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I suppose that's how I would first respond to your question, Lev, as well. It's like, I'm in the quest for truth. I would like to know, what is alien. You know, like, no one here says they've met one, and very few people, you know, these people who say they've seen this or that, whatever, but no one can really say, I really know what an alien is. So it's like, where, you know, first is, where does life begin and end? We have definitions of life, but what is life really? You know, is water life? You know, what is life, and what is alien? Because so much of our information is informed by popular media like Hollywood and these things, you know, or science fiction. And there is some creative thinkers about what an alien would look like, and they make that image popular, and then we go around looking for that. And maybe alien doesn't look like that at all, you know. Like, really, like, maybe this, you know, it doesn't look like that. I could be an alien.
We're the aliens.
Like,
like the aliens pick people and then they hybridize with them, or like use voice of God type technology, like that kind of stuff.
Yeah, even that for me sounds quite like it's a popular image, maybe, you know. So yeah, I'm just looking at this. Yeah.
Well, it's a very...
No, I wouldn't
it wouldn't
feel
be like
alien
that.
like that. And also, you know, to remind everyone here who loves space and things with space, I think we all know from science itself that we are all made of stars. But what stars are made of, we are that. We are made from stars. So already everything on this planet is actually alien. So I suppose I look at it from quite a different perspective, but I don't exclude the potential of conscious life beings that might arrive here. But I might say, you know what, as advanced as the spaceship that was maybe, or this flying object that was seen in the skies might look like, to a truly advanced, intelligent race of beings, it might be extraordinarily archaic. And even our most extraordinary technology that we think is unbelievable might for them be archaic. So I suppose my first question is, what is alien? You know, what is it? And maybe it's something we've never ever imagined. And then I would ask another question, because I feel like NASA is very interested in life, and they've looked in many places, and so far they're saying they haven't found it, right? So maybe they're looking in the wrong place. And as a mystic, I would ask, where else could we look besides in the realm that we are looking currently, which is in a very physical realm. So these are some questions I would look at and feel into, and I'll leave it there for now. We can carry on if you like. Or,
Well, in Interstellar, the aliens were us, right? In the movie Interstellar, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I've heard my boy Dr. Greer talk about this, where, you know, if these are flying a ship across light years and galaxies and star systems, then they're obviously interacting with higher levels and higher dimensions that we just don't even, we can't even comprehend right now, right? And again, I think, yeah, Shima, like you made a great point. We're looking for all the answers with a very human-centric perspective, when in reality, you know, looking for is probably already hidden. We just are ignorant to it. But also, it's, you know, we're kind of changing from like a Newtonian physics model to like a quantum physics model, and we're still very much old school in our approach, right? So like we still think we have to like look up at the stars, or, you know, the ET has this certain shaped head or whatever it is, when in reality, there are probably none of that. So it's funny, like Michio Kaku talks about this, how, you know, if you took a fish from the pond, he compares that to like our 3D dimension. You know, if you take a fish out of the pond and you put them up and say, hey, look, you know, here are these humans, their heads would explode, right? They wouldn't even know what they're looking at. And I feel like that's kind of where we're at now when we're trying to talk and think about these things, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Well, inner space. Oh, go on.
No, as you speak, it reminds me of the story of when the American Indians see, or is it in South America, they see ships for the first time on the waters, and they can't see them because they don't have enough other information to make the ships fit into it, and so they don't recognize, they don't know what it is, and so they can't see it. So we could be having alien right in front of our eyes, like you say, and we can't see it because we don't have enough of that information. Yeah, exactly.
I read a really interesting article recently that was comparing the concept of a man on a wagon in the early 1800s and seeing an F-18 fly across. That they literally wouldn't have a conception of what they were seeing and how that had come to be. They wouldn't have yet understood that we could fly, which would lead them to like the next step and to the next step and to the next step. You know, and I think we're getting there on so many levels, and it's funny because I think this is like a multi-level problem, and I really love that Shima was talking about that. Is that, you know, before we get to this question, we have to discuss just consciousness and like what is that, like, why do we have it? Where does it come from? And could it be part of other things, right? You know?
And I think it's a good opportunity, speaking of consciousness, to introduce a very conscious friend of ours, Matt Bow, on the bottom screen. How are you, man? Oh,
yeah, I'm good. One sec. Let me fix my audio real fast here.
So we did a show with Matt Bow, which was great. He is a cypherpunk hacker, you could say. And also, while Matt is loading up, I want to remind everybody to subscribe to this show. We are the greatest, most underrated show in all of YouTube history. And don't forget to sign up for our Patreon, patreon.com/loveandjules. We have all kinds of goodies coming your way. We're going to have a stream coming up on Friday with anarcho-primitivist versus the transhumanist, and that's going to be a lot of fun. And once again, please subscribe and please like the video. And let's see how Matt's doing with his audio. How are you doing, man?
Let him heal.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah. Hey, it's going well. Can you hear me?
I can't hear you.
I hear you.
Okay. So yeah, what was
so
yours?
We asked everyone in the beginning what led to their curiosity to ask the bigger questions about the universe. And, you know, we all have different interests in science and existence and spirituality. And so we asked everyone at the start, what was their journey? They kind of got us here.
I think in terms of the whole UFO phenomena, if you just look at how many trillions of stars there are, and most of them have a planet, it's just statistically probable that there'd at least be a couple of civilizations. So I start from there, and then just looking into it further, trying to find more evidence about it. Not really sure what else to say at this second.
Sure. What's been some of the most convincing evidence to you regarding whether it's extraterrestrial or intra-dimensional beings?
That is a good point, because we're not sure if they exist in our own solar system already, or if it's just government projects. Because, for instance, the recently declassified video, what if that is just like a Chinese drone project or something like that? You know, like, because the lights over Arizona could have been drones, and we can do that today. But when it happened a few years ago, was it like 10 years ago? It seemed like UFOs. So I think the tech, like someone was just mentioning, going from a horse-drawn wagon into, you know, interstellar flight, it's just a few years until you get to these exponential levels of tech.
It is very interesting how we had such advanced tech going on during World War II. You know, the Third Reich had a lot of advanced technology, and people who are interested in a lot of these things having to do with UFOs or breakaway civilizations, I think that's a really big one too. I'm curious, how do you guys see the media affect on the public perception of a lot of these different issues that may have muddied the water to more fruitful discussion, like the one that I hope we can have today? Let's see, who wants to go first? Jim, go for it.
So Lev, I think I made this point about back in 2012 or whenever it was, we were at the National Arts Club, but the sciences are propelled forward by people who are seeking truth. That's the objective truth, the things that they can measure and they can see and they can touch and that sort of thing. But what propels them forward are literature, the arts, their religion. All of that moves people forward in their consciousness. And when we raise a generation of individuals who are well versed in Star Trek, then they look at the world from a Star Trek grid. Not only do they look at the things that they're seeing, like, when are we going to have warp drive? Well, there was no definition of warp drive before Star Trek came out, right? There's not only do they look at it through that grid, but they also use that as a grid for things they want to work on. The engineers of the future will be working on things that we're defining today in the arts and literature right now. And
Jim, can I cut in and ask a question really quickly, because
Sure.
You brought something up and I'd really like to know. When you say warp drive, what was your guys' experience with the Alcubierre? Is it Alcubierre? I think that's how you...
I'll pull it up.
So I'm not familiar with that, but I am familiar with the Eagle Works at Johnson Space Center.
Is that I don't know, bring up the thing. The way I learned it was that there was a guy who, basically the idea of compressing space-time in front of you, and so that it expels out behind you. The inner bubble doesn't move, essentially, as much as space-time moves around it.
Right.
And the story, as I've been told, is that it was like theoretically, it was theorized to be possible, but it would require just this incredible mass energy. And then this student was essentially doing a study on it and reconfigured some of the math and was like, oh, actually, this is,
Right. That has to do with Casimir, what do they call them? Casimir cells or something like that. Right. And there's a group at Johnson Space Center that every now and then NASA headquarters will send a little bit of money to, just on the off chance that they might be onto something, right? Why not, right? You throw a little cash their way to do some research into what fundamental physics predicts may be possible, and let's investigate it a little bit more. So, that I think that's kind of open-minded of NASA to be willing to do that sort of thing. I will tell you that at the moment, it hasn't yielded anything, although there are lots of papers, and I'm trying to remember the fellow's name. White, I think, is the name of the guy that was leading the Eagle Works at Johnson Space Center. Yeah.
Well, one thing that's go ahead.
Yeah. So anyway, my point is that we're all explorers, and we're all either looking to answer one of 3 or 4 big questions. Where did we come from? Where are we going? And are we alone? Those are the ones that dominate space science. And then, of course, why am I here? is another. But in reality, we're looking to understand this garden that we're in, and the objective truth is the way that science has gone about it. The things that we can measure, the things that we can touch and feel and see, and that sort of thing. But that doesn't necessarily make the possible. Doesn't necessarily rule out the impossible.
You familiar with Karl Popper?
No.
I'm
gonna have to do a
lot of people consider him to be the greatest science philosopher of all time. I know Time Magazine had a book of the 100 greatest nonfiction books of the last century, and his book, The Open Society and Its Enemies, was in it. I'm not sure if it was in his book, Conjectures and Refutation.
Cool. Give us a background. Everybody who's watching.
So Karl Popper wrote The Open Society and Its Enemies because he was very upset with Nazi Germany. And he tried to figure out what were the philosophical pillars that justified like a one world government or an authoritarian impulse. And he isolated it to Plato's desire for the ideal society, right? Like the perfect unchanging state. And so he really got into Plato's Noble Lie, and it's a really interesting book, but something that he talks about in the book is misconceived questions. And he said that the question of why am I here is a language trap misconceived question because it presupposes a why when it just is.
Yeah, we are here. And in a lot of ways, most of us have learned to not worry about the why, but now what do we do?
Well, people always like discovering new possibilities as far as spreading their consciousness out there, which I think is what Shima, you have been doing for a long time as far as tantric practice goes. And I could see a similar thing in Jack Parsons, who was in charge of JPL, Jet Propulsion Labs, or as we could call them, Jack Parsons Labs. And he invented the first rocket engine to use a castable composite rocket propellant and pioneered the advancement of both liquid fuel and solid fuel rockets. So this is like a very brilliant gentleman who nonetheless was very into the occult. He was a Thelemite occultist. He was he was under Aleister Crowley as far as a disciple goes. And I think history's forgotten about him a little bit, but I do notice certain trends of people coming up now and again. We have Isaac Newton, who was into alchemy. We have Nikola Tesla, who had all kinds of visions go on in his brain of his inventions before he created them. And when we think about the amount of things they were responsible for unleashing on the world, it is a very interesting subject to me, that subject of the possibilities of inner space. And also, I wanted to bring this to Shima as far as what your experiences were within that inner space. Were there any things that you learned while being in a state of meditation that opened you up to new possibilities?
Yeah, I just want to tie into Jack Parsons a little for a moment.
Sure.
And just this realization I had when, so part of the interest with Jim at one stage was recognizing the mystic and the mystic in the scientist, you could say, you know, and having this interest in speaking with him. I happened to be in Spain, and he invited me when he was there to go to the, is it the Madrid, near the Madrid Space Center, where they have all the satellites? What's the name, Jim?
Yeah, the Deep Space Network station outside of Madrid. Yeah.
Yeah, so we went there, and it's full of these satellites. And so in in my experience with my spirituality, what's happened to me is I've become, I've become very sensitive. I feel things and see things that perhaps other people wouldn't. And so when I met these satellites, I felt completely in love, because they have a complete like spirit being of themselves, and the land is full of them around the center, and you feel like you can communicate or commune with these satellites. And I was expressing my delight and my amazingness in this. And the two people working there were saying, "You see, I told you, this is poetry. We're doing poetry." And I was discussing with Jim how it feels like a lot of people working at NASA are actually closet mystics. That the search for life is also the search for the divine. It's the search for something beyond this moment, you know. So and of course, Jack Parsons was like this, maybe not as hidden as some, you know. But you sense that in the people you meet. There's a deeper knowing for truth than just the physical realm.
Well, that's what
So,
I'm really
Yeah,
curious about. Like,
Yeah.
Jim, how much of a rift is there between, let's say, religion or spirituality and materialism at NASA?
And materialism. Well, so one of the things that NASA tries to do is to steer clear of what religion would do today, which is to try and prove the existence of where we came from through holy scriptures. That doesn't necessarily mean that they discount it, but they're focusing at NASA, the scientists and engineers there are focusing on objective truth, not personal truth. And so when you think about it, as a whole person, everybody asks the question, where did I come from? You know, and am I alone? And the answer is all around us, you know. It's been put here for us to see. And I don't know what religious perspectives you all come from. I'm pretty conservative Christian. And at some point, I do have to allow my religion and my science to sort of like coexist, you know. Was the world created in 6 days, or did it take 13.8 billion years? The answer is maybe both. And
But if you think in terms of a day as like a poetry,
I see those both as truths that in the moment right now don't really matter, right? Like we were saying earlier, we're here. So the question of why am I here almost doesn't matter, right? And so what really matters is the revelation,
information.
Yeah, and the revelation to our soul, you know, of the, like I said, the garden that we find ourselves in.
That is
Yeah.
really well said. And I'm trying to do that kind of exploration myself, but there definitely has to be a balance between very sober analysis and not letting scripture be the only guide to whatever it is that's going out there. You know, there were times when we were living and, you know, people died really early from things that we're able to cure today. And, you know, I'm very blessed to be living at this time right now, especially when we are able to have these conversations. And before we invite a couple of new people in here, I wanted to go back to the original question I had about media effect. And I'm curious what Zach and Matt think about it in whichever order you guys want. Do you think that the media made the perception of people that are seeking more knowledge about UFOs or extraterrestrials appear very hokey? And what would you say is a way of undoing that that kind of image?
Well, I mean, first off, you've got this pilot from the 2004 episode that we've talked about previously, the Tic Tac episode, is on every major news channel. You can find him being interviewed by Tucker Carlson on Fox. You can find him being interviewed by CNN. I mean, they're literally across all of the channels. They're taking this seriously as a story. I think what's even more interesting is how have we gotten to a place where that kind of real attention, you know, which is, I'd say, an evolution from what you're talking about, which is kind of the old time way that the press may have dealt with UFOs, like crazy farmer sees UFO on farm, you know, like, but even with this, nobody gives a fuck. Like, what? I don't understand that. Like, can we discuss how we've gotten to whatever point we are in society where they're like, yeah, these are F-18 pilots engaging with a, you know, UFO off the coast of San Diego, but nobody gives a fuck. Like, this is not rewriting everything we know about you want to talk about religion, you want to talk about how we got to certain points in religion. Like, if this is a real thing, it helps to, you know, it helps to rewrite our perception of the past in such a dramatic way that everything from basic biology to physics to, you know, like politics and media and sociology and anthropology and all that bullshit, the whole gamma ray is affected. And we're not even taking step one, which is like the collective realization that this is happening and that we can't even deny, at the very least, that something that we generally don't understand as a society is happening over and over again to our most trained observers.
Well, I'm really incredulous. I just watched the documentary Unacknowledged on Netflix.
Ooh,
and I have mixed feelings about it. I want everyone to talk about it who's seen it. For example, the documentarian, he's constantly pulling up documents and flashing them on the screen. I don't know where these documents come from. You know, I wish there was a website or something and I could just go through them and see, are these coming from the FBI's website or the CIA's website or the Pentagon's website? Or are these, you know, some of these documents, did someone write it up and sign it? And then, you know, like, I can forge a document, anyone can forge a document. So
forget there was a million like video and photos that flashed throughout the entire thing of like varying types of UFOs and varying types of like everything across forget the doc. Of course people can fake documents. Like, how is it that we have so much photo and video evidence and now we have trained observers saying this is also happening and they're not faking it, there really is shit in the sky that we don't really understand yet? And
we have these black budgets from the Pentagon. How much money does the Pentagon spend that we have no idea how they account for it? Like billions and billions and billions of dollars.
Yeah.
It could be ace in the hole technology. And then they roll it out, they test it out.
We dropped an atomic bomb, because what our general rule of thumb on this stuff is deterrence. Is like, we have a bigger gun than you, and so you're not gonna, like, we have the biggest gun and we all have guns, but like there's almost no strategic reason other than maybe the oil thing that you were talking about earlier to suppress this from a military standpoint. I just don't think so. It's light years ahead of what we're talking about. You have F-18 pilots, like, again, acting like men walking their wagon across with a horse looking at something like that. That says something.
Jim, are you familiar?
Yeah.
There's a moment in the documentary when they were talking about firing missiles into space, and that they were never able to successfully do that because unknown phenomena would disable the missile, and that sounded a little far-fetched.
They said they could never get nuclear. They could never get a nuclear bomb up to space, is what the video said.
It sounded a little dubious to me. He made it sound like there were unexplainable phenomena that were preventing us, making us incapable of even doing that. Are you familiar with that at all, or is this news to you?
Well, I've not seen the documentary, but I'll tell you that whenever somebody wants to invent a rocket, the average is every new rocket has at least 10 massive explosions. And it doesn't have anything to do with a physical phenomenon preventing us entering space. It has to do with human error and bad engineering. Well, not bad engineering, engineering that has to fail in order to learn how to do it right. And so, you know, could we launch a rocket carrying a nuclear warhead into space? Yes, we could. And
have you ever tried?
Yeah, well, actually, yeah.
Has it ever worked?
So I'm not at liberty to talk about that part of my career, even though it was over 40 years ago. So the bottom line is, though, that the technology exists and has been proven out. And that's why we had such an expensive Cold War. You know, like I think it was Zach was saying about, well, I've got a bigger gun than you. Well, I can destroy the world, you know, 1,000 times instead of 100 times. You know, I mean,
yeah,
that's an insane mentality that thankfully we don't feel on the edge of anymore. You know, we've got other threats, but at this stage of the game, it feels like calmer heads have prevailed in terms of wanting to destroy the world.
Yeah, I really like what you said, Zach, about the implications, right? Like I feel like regardless of the media, whatever is being told, what I hope people take from this is, what are the actual implications of this? Because for me, that's the most exciting. Because again, if these beings exist, then what we think we know is just completely, and it's just irrelevant, right? And so that's the beauty of what I feel like is coming out right now. And then, you know, we're still talking about weapons and taking weapons into space. And I mean, that's just the most idiotic thing I've ever heard in my life. And before we would even let go of a weapon, you know, we would probably obliterate ourselves, because that's how advanced potentially these beings or civilizations would be. It's like, I mean, I feel like these puppy dogs just go and, you know, sniff each other a little bit. Like, why do we have to draw guns? Like, Jesus, you know, like, what is the need to compete and to fight and to destroy, right? Like, come on.
Well, if we're going in that direction, then do you believe that it's a pretty likely chance that since World War II, we have had people who, let's say, would have befriended whoever these beings would be and broke away from the rest of us? I think psychologically that may be what some people are feeling today in this world, where people are hopped up on oxys and they see a lot of degradation going on just in terms of America, in terms of what America has the possibility of becoming. It doesn't quite feel to be like that for a lot of people. So there is this idea that people have had of a breakaway civilization, going all the way back from the idea of the Nazis surviving World War II. And I have nothing to back this up, but it has been a very romantic theory that people have been proposing, and I'm curious what you guys think of it, if it's been something you've been entertaining.
Are you talking about Operation Paperclip?
Operation Paperclip would be a part of that, and you know, we have Werner von Braun, of course, and other people who got at NASA. But beyond that, as far as a lot of this advanced technology, would it be, let's say, more to Occam's razor to say that it's not aliens, it's not greys, it's not little green men, it's not mantises, it's people who have really advanced technology that's so advanced that it is beyond our current comprehension, but many of us just aren't aware of it?
I don't think that Occam's razor drives you to that conclusion. I don't see how Occam's razor drives you to that conclusion. That like just because we only know of us, that like Occam's razor for the kind of advanced version of technology that we're talking about seeing, recognizing, having to be positive for this. I mean, I think you have to go back to those general drives, which is like, there's Occam's razor says if we arrived, somebody else arrived somewhere else. That is Occam's razor. And then when you start there, then it's a lot more likely that somebody has showed up with much more advanced technology, given the length of time. I mean, we're, how many millions of years that we've been kind of just on our little thing, and it's only been a couple 100,000 years since we've been anything. And it's like, oh my gosh, like galactic time says that this should have happened 100,000 times and has possibly happened again, spinning the lotto ball around. It's like, that's Occam's razor. Occam's razor, the fact that some human being could hold down a secret, like the fact that they can go, 50 times the speed of an F-18, in a vertical leap with no exhaust. I think that's not Occam's razor.
Well. Part of what you were describing sounded more similar to the Drake equation, because the Occam's razor is only heuristic for if you have to choose between two competing theories, you choose the one that requires the least amount of assumptions, right? So, but if I think about the Pentagon video declassification as legitimate, and we're imagining a life form is piloting it, to me, it's a 50-50 split, whether that thing is genetically related to us or just completely on a separate evolutionary tree that's extraterrestrial or intradimensional.
Shima, I'd be curious about what you think of this. Where do you see Occam's razor as far as whether it's human or extraterrestrial in origin, if we are talking about high technology?
Well, I'd go another way, just to the video itself. My first response to it was its timing, during the middle of this pandemic. And for me, it felt at the most distraction from where people were at, all their thoughts, or their theories, or their fears. It felt like a wonderful way to really distract us. So that was my immediate response, and it didn't really draw me in so strongly, to be truthful. And then, I just feel like throwing in something else here, because I started this conversation a little earlier from my side with like, what is alien, and I came across this really fascinating theory that some people really like. I think it's called panspermia. I'm sure you've heard of this.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder,
is that like pansism?
Why didn't they call it pan-eggia? It's really named by a man, right?
Fuck that.
I always like to acknowledge the feminine creative aspect of existence as well. So in that, it says that life is coming from other planets, other galaxies, on the backs of comets or meteors or whatever else is traveling out there. And for sure, some information must be coming on these beings called meteors or comets and so forth. And then just before the coronavirus started in Wuhan in November, there was a meteorite that came into the atmosphere very strongly, and many people filmed it. And it was also another phenomena, it was a very, very strong image. And then this coronavirus appeared. And so some people, very few on the planet, I'll have to say, believe that the coronavirus could be an alien, actually, in the form of a virus. And then we could say, well, if you want to meet an alien, you should get the coronavirus. And, when you hear people talking about coronavirus who survived it, I saw someone on Facebook, he said he wanted to call it a love virus because how it cleared his chest and you know, he nearly died, but surviving it, it felt like it reconnected him to his heart and to love. So, you know, it just be like, wow, so that would be like an interesting form of an alien and a really profound way of traveling across space. So I just bring that in, and I know it's like, you know, on a different viewpoint, but that, you know, coronavirus could be an alien. Maybe there's 0.1% chance or less than that, you know.
Can I share
plausible deniability?
Jim?
Excuse me?
I'm sorry, I stepped on Jules.
No, I just said, yeah, I can see how that could be plausible.
So here is a little story from NASA's files. It's public, but it doesn't get a lot of press. There's a region of space that's a light year out, and it's still part of our solar system, very tenuously connected to the sun's gravity. Just for reference, the Voyagers are like 19 light hours out. This region of space is a light year away, right? So it's quite far out. And all of the light stuff theorized to have been left over from the formation of the solar system kind of collects there. It's great big dusty ice balls, and every now and then the gravity of the sun yanks one out of this. It's not even an orbit, it's a cloud, because the gravity is so tenuous. And over 100,000 years or so, it comes in towards the sun, and as it gets closer and closer, the surface melts and creates this coma and tail, and that's where we get these Oort cloud comets from.
Is that what Joe Rogan talks about? Like that planet X that's has perpendicular
Planet
orbit
X is out
to
there.
our solar system?
Yeah, Planet X is likely out that direction as well. But the focus of this story is really around one particular comet Wild 2, that we flew a probe through, opened up the sample collection container, and then brought the probe back to Earth. And what did we find in the tail of a comet where no human has ever been, that is from the beginning of the formation of our solar system, but amino acids?
Wow.
And so then if you talk to the cosmologists and the astrophysics guys, they can model how our solar system was formed, and we were much closer together to stars in a stellar nursery than we are today. Things have spread out quite a bit. It turns out that the stars that formed near us and our star shared this same material, this Oort cloud material. So it's entirely possible that amino acids, the building blocks of life, as we know them today, are at other stars, or is at other stars. And you know, and that just blows my mind when I start to think about, you were talking about the statistics of the possibility of life being somewhere in the universe. It's entirely possible it's closer by than what we really think, you know. But in the moment right now, what NASA is looking for is life beyond Earth in our solar system. I mean, and there are astronomers at NASA that are also looking at other stars and looking for telltale signs in the atmospheres of stars, developing the technology to be able to do that sort of thing. But really, the microbes on Mars producing methane, seasonal methane today, is an indication that there might be extant life right now on Mars that comes alive when it warms up in the summer, and then, you know, it digests and releases methane into the atmosphere, and then goes dormant in the winter. So we're looking for that kind of thing. And now I've totally forgotten why I told you this story. Oh, panspermia. Yes.
So, because coronavirus could have also come from outer space.
So there are scientists that have attempted to correlate pandemics on Earth to things like the appearance of comets and meteoroid showers. And
it makes sense, right? Like if something enters an environment where it has no natural immunity because it's completely foreign, it's likely to have a stronger effect than something that's been incubated on, you know, a diet of all the shit that we're, you know, created from.
Or us. If something enters our atmosphere that's different than what we have a standard immune system to, it's likely to affect us. And so the fact is that the water on Earth had to come from somewhere. It wasn't manufactured on Earth, so it likely came to Earth as a result. And in the space science view, it came to Earth as a result of the formation of our solar system and the early bombardment with comets and asteroids and that sort of thing.
Panspermia is also a theory, like in the film Prometheus, right? As in either life or human life came from insemination from like a meteor.
I think that's what Shima was trying to say.
But she was also saying that it could be viruses. Like that, to me, that's like if there's a scale of life, a virus as a form of life is like very, very low on the totem pole. Like people even debate still whether if it is a kind of life, although I think it would be. I would define life as just self-replicating information. But like at the human level, that is a much more complex organism to have originated not just from a primordial soup, but from an insemination elsewhere, like a microbe or an amino acid, as you said.
Mm-hmm.
So the way you talked about, so there's a physicist, he's an economist at Harvard and MIT. You know what? I'm going to look him up right now. But he has, it's Gross Weiser, but anyway, he has a theory on the definition of intelligence, of the force of intelligence. And he basically says that the very basic definition of it is that everyone wants to maximize their future options. And if you take that down, you know, on every level, that is like the quantum driving force of intelligence, that to just try to keep yourself from not being boxed in. And I think it's very interesting that, like, if you apply that to just basic life, it makes sense. It makes sense in spirituality, that things want to exist and they want to continue to exist in a growing way. It's how you see this kind of this almost intentional way that evolution has happened on this planet, where it responds on a macro level to its kind of micro environments. And that's very, I think, panspermistic, is that like the very, yeah, I mean, if that's a word, but the idea that like somebody would possibly want to create life by creating more of it, by like spreading their seed, in essence, is the very definition of intelligence. But but continue talking, because I'm going to find the.
Well, there's an interesting as above, so below type of mentality there, where if we're talking about panspermia and the reproduction process, and we're also talking about attachment, which is another subject that I want to get into later. And I think the more live streams we have, by the way, for those watching, please subscribe. The more live streams we have, the more I would love to focus on this concept of attachment to the self, and also attachment to living in this worldly body and having these experiences. So I'm curious what your take, Shima, is on this concept of attachment that, at least according to Hindu theology, keeps us going and going and going and never stopping, unless we train ourselves to stop.
Somehow your questions live always kind of
I didn't understand
close to it.
how you.
So I want to. When we think of attachment, we think of. I think oftentimes, I mean, we can think of things we attach to, or dreams, or work, but I think oftentimes people experience attachment in relationship, which is like a very human kind of quality, you know, between love affairs and family and these things. There's a lot of attachment there. And as a woman as well, I think women sometimes are more relational in that way. We often experience attachment in that. But just to bring it to the stars, I was listening to a I was listening to a cosmologist. What's his name? Dennis Swim, I think. And he was talking about this very beautiful phenomena. I'm just remembering the galaxy. It's called Magellanka. And it's like a large. It's called large Magellanka cloud. Okay. And what's interesting about it is a small galaxy, and it's referred to as a spiral galaxy. And spiral galaxies are the ones that give birth to stars. And so beautiful. And something happened to this galaxy, and it went into a state, he calls it a frozen state, and it stopped giving birth to stars. It lost its creative potential. And it was like this happened billions of years ago, and then it kind of wandered about for billions of years. And slowly it came into the gravitational relationship with the Milky Way. So we can see it with the naked eye in the southern hemisphere where I am. And so it came into this relationship with the Milky Way. And from what we can tell, because of the causality of it, is that it was like it's a love affair, it's ongoing. And guess what? It started making stars again. And I bring this in because, as you just said, and I like that, it's been sitting in my heart a lot lately, as above, so below. It's really been like a theme for me, really feeling the reflection of spirit and physical, and now seeing that reflection in this beautiful story of this love affair between these galaxies, and how that heals the spiraling galaxy to start being creative again. And I think everyone here can relate to the story, you know, where we become creative and we're full of juice, and you know, in the Sanskrit we might say full of rasa, you know, it's creative juice. And then for some reason it dries up. You know, maybe our heart is broken, or our dreams are smashed, or who knows what happens.
Chi blocked.
Sorry.
Chi blocked. Like have your chi blocked.
So then that, you know, that creative juice gets frozen, and then through some luck of orbiting back into love, we become creative again. And somehow this story I just share with you because it feels connected to attachment, where sometimes attachment is a true way back into the moment. It is like necessary, and sometimes it is you know, confused and caught in the mind. But it also comes to the story of what is alien, because we have such a short life, you know, we have such a short perspective of life. We can't watch planets for like millions, or galaxies for millions of years, going through their process and then meeting and falling in love. We don't have that capacity as human beings. But maybe right in front of our eyes, we're looking at aliens, and they're called galaxies, but we don't know how to communicate, or we don't know how to reach them. It takes a different, you know, what you were mentioning earlier, Jules, is you're talking about interdimension. It takes another dimension of your being to connect to that kind of alien. You can't do it in the physical realm, not really. You have to find another doorway. Well, so yeah, I just
so I wanted to ask everyone here who's a little familiar with this stuff, like because there's different schools or different theories about quantum mechanics, right? Like you have the many worlds theory, you have the Copenhagen theory, you have the Bohemian theory. There are some others, but those are the three dominant ones. I was curious. I was going to ask Jim if he had a favorite one, if he had a theory of quantum mechanics that he leaned to. And then I wanted to ask Matt, Bo, and Zach, and Matt, and Lev if they also had, and well, everyone that has familiarity with quantum mechanics, which school or theory they are most compelled by, which they find the most convincing?
I have to tell you, Jules, I'm not a theoretical physicist. So I'm really not well versed in the various quantum mechanical theories. What I see is life that is here now, and at some microscopic level, there may be something mysterious actually happening that holds atoms and molecules and subatomic particles all together. But I don't know that I see something quantum mechanical happening at the macroscopic level. You know, like, as much as it would be fun to think that we could bend space and time and jump from one point on that fabric to another point without having to travel all the way around the fold, is pretty cool. But at this point in time,
as we make quantum computers, right, that would be more macro. So in terms of the observer affects the observed, which is a replicable experiment, the theory for how we'll end up having perfect encryption is you'll have computers that are encrypting in a way where if you try to look at it, it changes in front of you. So it's uncrackable, right? So, but that would be a more macro phenomena where, yes, there are some implications of quantum mechanics that lead theoretical physicists to say we can demonstrate how wormholes would work on paper, and things like, I don't know, could someone explain to me what a tesseract is? I was watching a Neil deGrasse Tyson video earlier. So I'm just throwing these questions out there. I'm curious if anyone else here also is curious about these things and has any thoughts.
The dog has something to say. I think the dog will answer the question.
We were talking about trained observers earlier on. Like, I don't think anyone here should be really, truly making, like, again, all we can look at right here, this group of people, is the stuff that's existing on the planet. I think that's why, Jim, it's been really interesting hearing your perspective, because I know that you've literally been on the ground with the people that deal with off the ground stuff. But like, also I think, Shima, like the spiritual stuff is interesting, and we should talk about what it means to us that we can connect these two things, the spiritual and the like earthbound science, propulsion, physics. And I think that's, quantum is a really interesting place, but like, all we can say right now is that we know that, like you said, that the observer affects the observed, or like, that's what we know. And we know that there is so much more space at the core of us than you would, like, that we're not technically together, and like, what does that mean for us? But like, I mean, I don't know, like, how does that make people feel? I want to know, like, that we're not.
Well, to me, in a naive way, it makes me feel like, I wonder if it would be possible to, in some way, affect our reality if the observer affects the observed, and what the relationship is between who I am or who you are as the observer and everything that's outside of you, including like your own body, as it were, because like, what is the real you when it comes down to it? Like, your body's also kind of like outside of your consciousness, even though we haven't really pinned down what that is. But that's my take on it. Like, I'm always curious about how to expand my consciousness to perceive more things around me, but to also use that for good. Use that for helping other people out, for empowering other people, and just not, like, just following the golden rule, right? Do unto others as you would have be done unto you.
Or the silver rule, don't do to others what you don't want them to do to you.
Exactly.
Yeah. And I just want to touch on the bit from Zach and Shima talking about just having a natural inclination to create. I think that's like beautifully said. And I think that's when we start connecting the material with the spiritual, because, when those worlds merge, you know, we realize that we are just at our core, we're just energy, right? And I feel that a lot of the problems in the world today are a result of very unnatural practices. And one of the most unnatural practices is our state of work and how we are pushed to conformity by employers and, you know, just by traditional education and all these things. And I feel that all the craziness that's been going on the last few years and decades, when we're talking about like school shootings and just all of this, it's a reaction to the unnatural society that we've created. And I think it's so important that we remember that, again, we are here to create. Like, I feel that that is the human gift. You know, that's the divine gift that doesn't, you know, we don't need to get into religion, but spirituality, I think, is absolutely necessary. And, you know, the Native Americans who we just destroyed have been saying that since we met them. And so, I mean, one of my favorite implications of this is meditation. And I don't know if you guys know Joe Dispenza, or if you're familiar with Bob Proctor, but, you know, we're kind of getting into like the law of attraction and quantum physics. And really how, like Bob Proctor says, you know, if you can see it on the screen of your mind, you can hold it in your hand, right? And so to me, that's the most beautiful like summary of how do these two worlds interact, right? You know, everything that we've ever done in our lives at one point existed in our minds, right? And when we truly grasp the power of thought and intention, that's when I think humanity will make like this quantum leap forward. Because, you know, how many of us just think very destructive thoughts, and, you know, we're just results of our programming, right? But not many of us are very aware of how do these two worlds interact. And I feel like it's really important to talk about that, and I'm glad we can talk about that. But yeah, that's kind of like my take on it. Ow. My dog is killing me right now.
Oh,
Fly.
what a beautiful dog.
Yeah,
That's
he
a puppy.
yeah, he ate one of my joints yesterday, so he had a rough day.
Well, we have a comment from Super Iron Bob. I've always disliked the discussion of natural, unnatural on human actions, since it removes us from nature in a way that feels unjustifiable.
Right, because natural comes from us, or whatever comes from us is natural.
And we have two people joining us right now, by the way. We have Gravitas, and we have Graventus, and we have Geo. My man Geo, it's great to see you again.
Hello.
And what's interesting
Yes.
is we have Orthodox and Catholic, as well as Jim. You said that your faith was Christian. Which denomination?
So I'm a member of an independent church called Belcroft Bible Church. And so we're not associated with a particular denomination. But, you know, I forgot who was saying it. I think it was Matt. You were talking about the condition that we find ourselves in with society. And, you know, we can name it, you know, our own greed, we can name it our own desires, but it's not the natural way that I believe we were made. You know, we were made to do something greater than succumb to our own desires and greed, and that's where we went wrong. You know, and that's why we are constantly looking for something new, something different, something that can heal us from this condition that we all feel. And if you remember my church, we would say that's sin. If you're a member of some other organization, you might call it something else. but I firmly believe that we are bigger than the state that we find ourselves in now, and the I think the coronavirus has shown a number of us just what life can be like if we can set this lack of empathy and freneticism that seems to have become the norm. If we can set that aside and just exhale for a moment, I think we become better people just for taking the pause.
Well, I'd be interested to hear what Grav has to say first about, well, we were going to talk about UFOs, but this is also an interesting kind of introductory point, because this corona time does give us a chance to reflect back on how we're going to be when we come out of it. So it's an unusual way to start, but I'd be curious about your thoughts. And then Gio.
Oh, yeah, definitely. It's, I would just jump right off of what Jim was talking about, sort of man's greater purpose. I'm an Orthodox Christian, and kind of like the goal that the Orthodox Church sets out is, it's a term known as theosis, to quote St. Athanasius, where he says, God became man so that man might become God. Just that idea of, that communion becoming what Christ is by nature through grace, just that, that greater purpose, made in the image and likeness. And that's sort of, the fallen state that we're unfortunately in, and kind of that need to ascend in that manner.
And how about you, Gio?
Oh, where to start? About the UFO phenomenon. This is been a lifelong question for me, as well as a lot of other people here, since the time I was a little kid, listening to Coast with my father, things like that, having dreams of the UFO phenomenon. I debate whether I, of course, believe that there is a basis in material reality for the UFO phenomenon, whether they're a manifestation of us from the future and they've somehow managed to traverse time. But I think one topic some people were getting at here would be the archetypal, they call it the psychological or psychosocial theory of the UFO phenomenon that Carl Jung talked about, where throughout history there have always been sort of an inkling towards creatures from outer space, or an archetypal phenomenon of the sphere. And in our time of great materialism and detachment from spirituality, Jung said that it makes sense that we would manifest the spiritual within purely materialistic scientistic terms. So, for example, you have the angelic manifestations being wheels within wheels, and we know that in the UFO phenomenon, there are orbs and multiple lights that create co-concurrent circles and things like that.
And
so
sorry to cut you off, not just in UFO phenomenon, but also in meditation as well.
That's another thing. That's another point. Exactly. Yeah. I mean, if you want to go with various indigenous practices using entheogens and so forth, but also just people that have dreams or people that describe UFO phenomenon, it almost comes off as a spiritual phenomenon. And I think that when we talk about Christianity, as me and Gravantis talk about, in terms of accepting life on other planets, extraterrestrial life forms and so forth, but also the spiritual manifestation of accepting beings that are on a different level of our consciousness. But there's also a danger, I think, is a lot of UFO phenomenons, as we know, are described in very almost near demonic terms. And I think that would be a good discussion as well, as to, are we letting in real extraterrestrials or spiritual entities, or demonic entities as well? I think those are all very legitimate topics, right? And of course, people here have covered the Fermi paradox and so forth. Yeah, there you go, wheels within wheels.
That's really beautiful.
So that's my just general spiel to.
Well, before we get to that, there was also a question early on that I want to address, which was from UFO News Network Sunday. Does Jim think our current propulsion tech is fast enough to get humans to Mars, or should we develop something faster?
So I realize this is a bit off topic, Lev, and so I wrote to you and I said, maybe we could answer that a little later. But I am keen to have the tech have the tech discussion about humans on Mars. Do you want to keep going with the thread we're on? Because I think Gio and Josh are.
Let's go with the thread we're on, then we're going to go to the Mars question. So
Sure.
let's see.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I would say that, you know, a slight point of disagreement with Gio is the idea that sort of it's a new phenomenon. I would say that at least in the Orthodox Church, we have, you know, kind of a 2,000-year history of this same sort of experience with, you know, these other beings, these other creatures kind of described in the lives of the saints. You know, they're not material beings from, say, another planet or something, but sort of the noetic spiritual beings. And a lot of the descriptions of these encounters with aliens are kind of like right out of and really resemble this sort of demonic possession and the like. I would even say kind of, it's hard to kind of ignore the, you know, kind of occultic connection with it. You know, when you see people who really get obsessed with it, whether it's with the radios trying to hear small sounds or something, trying to reach out and connect them to communicate, you know, kind of in religious terms, that is very, you know, you're trying to commune with them. And it's, you know, I think it's kind of the occultists in the past kind of understood a danger to it. I don't think it was very successful in what they did, but, you know, kind of going through these tomes, trying to find incantations and the like to kind of bind these spirits and whatnot. I think it's very, very similar to the same people who try to go out of their way and become obsessed with kind of coming into contact with aliens as well. And I think it's, you know, the same phenomenon, just with a different face.
It's a very interesting take. And
to further that point, I think that's a very good point. I've noticed, having researched into a lot of different phenomenon, it seems that in a lot of very weird corners of the internet, there is an emphasis on the strangeness of, like, for example, in the 90s, there was this odd intersection between biblical end times people, the New Age, UFO phenomenon, because of the internet, because of internet discourse. And I think that when we observe, at least from the 80s onward, an uptick of UFO cults. So you have the cult phenomenon intersecting with the UFO phenomenon. And I think that's very interesting. This brings back what Gravantis was saying about the demonic aspect of it. There's Heaven's Gate, the Raelians. There's a bunch of other ones in Latin America.
Well, there's Lamb as well. So we were
talking
Lamb, there
before
you go.
About,
we were talking before about Jack Parsons studying under Aleister Crowley.
Yeah, he was a Thelемite. Yeah.
And how Aleister Crowley depicted this being named Lamb, who was actually on the cover of this live stream.
Yeah, it had but he didn't have large eyes though. It was
no,
like
he has these little slits. Yeah. But it's a very interesting design at a time when people did not have this conception of the gray aliens as we know them today in popular culture.
And a lot of 19th century mystery schools do have that. And yeah, I agree with Gravantis. This phenomenon is ancient. I mean, there's paintings of the UFO phenomenon. Yeah, there you go. And I think it's interesting how science fiction, people talk about the predictive qualities of science fiction, but really when you look at it, a lot of science fiction has its basis in spiritual practices and mystery schools and so forth. I think that if anything, the science nerds, they have yet to catch up with the esoteric, right? So I know that's a bold claim, but yeah.
Well, like I was saying before in the discussion, we had these stars of influence like Nikola Tesla, like Isaac Newton, who were very deep into a lot of these esoteric concepts. And what's interesting for me, though, coming from a perspective of being like, I don't want to call myself, I'm an artist, but, you know, I do animation, I create designs, I like drawing these funny-looking little creatures. And I think that there is a room in our embodied existence for playfulness, not just for this hard, somber, you know, praying all the time, you know, locked up in a monastery somewhere. I don't think that's all there is to it. Like this experience that we have right now, I think that there could be, and I'm curious what your guys' thoughts on this is, that there could be a balance between, let's say, imbuing oneself with, like they call it, daimonic You could call it genius, you could call it whatever, but imbuing yourself with inspiration, with the muses, and creating something beautiful, while at the same time treating your friends and family and neighbors with great respect and loving them as much as you can and just giving to everybody. Like, I think those two things can coexist together, but I'm curious what you guys think.
This so goes back to the so, as above, so below thing, which is just that like the world and the universe acts like we act. Like how many, this idea that there's one type of alien is kind of ridiculous, because if aliens exist, then the whole theory that kind of proves aliens says that there should be many of them. And it's like, we're going to get the same cross. We're going to get some real asshole aliens, and we're going to get some really nice aliens. We're going to get some really smart aliens. We're going to get some really dumb aliens. The dumb aliens are probably the ones that keep crashing, places and like getting found out. And there are smarter aliens that are out there being like, oh, they're again all the time with the crashing on the earth thing. And then there's some that are like curious and want to like meet us. And there are some that are just, like totally and completely terrified, like mermaids, and I think that it explains why you get religions of different characters, because like, hey, like if maybe religions have some connection to this deeper, longer question of like, are we the only ones out there? Then yeah, like there's some peace loving aliens that want to talk about how to use, your inner like connection to the, the quantum vibrations to further their society. And there's other ones that just want to kill you. And there's other ones that like look at us like we're ants and like don't even give a shit. Like they literally don't care, because we are so puny and so insignificant that they will either walk on us or around us without even thinking about it. And I want to know who we think influenced us. Like which one of those aliens, like who, like, and what would the society be that you're gonna create, right? Because like that's the future. We're talking about, this is us in the future. It's maybe not us specifically, but it is that driving force behind the universe that like is gonna make us something later. And I don't know, like Gio, like do you see a techno future of this? Like, is that where you want to go?
No, obviously no. I think this is obviously a question that is important. I mean, I lean towards the shall we say traditionalist, little bit anti-technology side. I think that there are certain aspects to technology that have imbued us with powers that our spirit, our intellect, our morality has yet to overcome or yet to come to terms with. But in terms of the UFO phenomenon in particular, I think a lot of the problem is that we have a lack of vision in terms of what we think, that only a few visionaries can really see. For example, I'm a great fan of being an artist myself, I'm a great fan of the works of H.R. Geiger and Zedzalab Boskinsky. I think that when people have a conception of UFO phenomenon, they tend to think, okay, is it us, but like advanced technology? Or is it like us? Maybe it's not anything to do with what we know as the confines of existence as such. And that's the challenge. I mean, there's a lot of, and that's the thing, the danger I want to highlight is that there's a lot of charlatans out there and cultish people and so forth that, yeah, sorry, I lost my train of thought. I'm just trying to interpret the question. Yeah, but
it's precautionary principle. You're saying, right? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I think that maybe we don't really know what existence might be, and I think, what do they call it, the anthropic cosmic principle, that we can only interpret things in this portion of our universe, that maybe the laws of physics might be different elsewhere outside of the Milky Way galaxy. I think that's what it's called.
That would be in part of the many worlds theory.
Yeah, the Gödel many worlds, exactly. Yeah, and who knows if the laws of physics behave differently, if that could breed an existence, a civilization that's different from ours. And of course, we're predicating on the reality that maybe some civilizations would be, like, for example, more quote unquote primitive, although that's kind of a loaded term, but maybe some civilizations are more advanced than us. Or maybe if you look at the case, one of my favorite cases since I was a kid was the Travis Walton case. Fire in the Sky. Of course, he hated the movie. The movie like totally botched it. But he said that they didn't want to speak to him because he thought that maybe they were humanoids from our future, and that would sort of like violate the kayfabe, and that they had the Greys were really biological, created entities. They weren't machines, but they were like synthetic Borg, like cyborg, like machines. That was his theory, and he said that the whole thing about Fire in the Sky, where they like came and they violated him, he said that was total like movie, like Hollywood bullshit. They actually he was injured and they had to treat him because they're like, oh wow, we screwed up. This this forester, he got hurt, right? So it's really interesting, yeah. So
well, we have some comments here from Alexander Denthantor. I'm not pronouncing it correctly, but perfection is not possible. We live in a fallen universe, and I'm curious what you guys think about that. I mean, the comment that Matt made, Matt Cohn, was material world can never be perfect. That is how our souls learn. So what do you guys think of that?
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that. The idea that to kind of segue off of what Zachary had said earlier, the kind of two forms of these these alien appearances, you either have these, pure terrifying beings in which the person's kind of left, very psychologically damaged. And the other half is kind of these saviors from space that kind of appear and they make these, this sense of something grander that's coming, this idea that, man's going to evolve into a greater state. But there's never any sense of, the aliens don't leave them with schematics. They don't give them new technology. They don't give them new resources or anything. It's just kind of this empty promise and kind of this almost hoping in grandeur for, this evolution via, sort of man's own efforts. And I think that's kind of the real danger, this idea that this kind of future thinking of creating paradise on Earth, this utopia, and we see this all throughout history, kind of the Soviet Union example, which, utopia always requires, like rivers of blood, it always. And sort of, I would agree that, you're not going to build a perfect world, and kind of every attempt to do so, it really, there's a lot of damaging things that happen because of it, because, everything you're willing to sacrifice whatever possible in order to create this sort of utopia on Earth.
Well,
I'm very against utopian social engineering, but as far as piecemeal social engineering goes, I think that's how you aim not for a utopia, but an extropia. So a society that's constantly looking at immediate problems, trying to solve those problems, and really judging the effects of actions, right? So it's a mindset of where it's like your good intentions aren't good enough. Really what matters is the effects of your actions. And the big problem with the utopian engineering is you have this kind of perfect end goal in mind, and you kind of ignore the piecemeal steps that are cueing you to like the problems with scaling in that direction, right? And so, but as far as like perfection goes, I think it's kind of a language game a bit. If you think about existence at all, like why is there something rather than nothing? It's like existence in my mind is perfection. It's like perfection in form. Now it's not like a Plato's theory of forms where you have the triangle, the idea of the triangle is more real than the triangle. But it is, when you start thinking about nature is not a triangle, it's not a square, it's not a circle, it's a treetop, it's your brain, it's the veins in your arm, it's the roots of a tree, it's a snail shell, it's a seahorse tail. It's like there are all these recurring patterns in nature, right, that we are illuminating more through like complexity science or chaos theory, that there really is like inherent order in the universe, and how order emerges from chaos.
It's a rhizome.
Guys, I just want to side spiral a little. So many topics are coming up, and they're all interesting. I just want to come back to something Zach brought through a little earlier when he said, between Jim and I, there's like this kind of movement between the scientist and the mystic, or the spiritual and rooted in the physical, from the physical, trying to move into the interplanetary travel, and then with the spiritual, it's a different type of movement. And I'm just weaving this back in because this is where the discussion with you two guys coming in now, it's kind of moved again into a kind of spiritual dimension coming in there. So I'm just wanting to bring that through. I'm just wanting to just weave a little bit of what I'm hearing, so we can just, I love to drop into things a little bit, you know. And where I bring that in a little bit now as well is with Lev, where we discussed that he's been on a long path of Advaita Vedanta. And in Advaita, it's always about finding the kind of quintessential nature of existence by allowing both or all. It's like the word Advaita means not two. So it's like, it's not this or that. It's kind of like, how do we embrace both? And for me, I've been on such a long journey into mysticism, and I kind of like, for some time you can lose yourself in the divine. You know, you can lose your feet on the earth, and you can start seeing everyone as divine as well, and not see their shadow and their human struggle, and then you forget your own human struggle, and bang, you're back on earth one day and you're in it, you know. And I really landed hard back on earth the last few years, and I started to find like I really needed to ground myself in my humanness for my divinity to expand. And I felt with the divinity expanding, my humanness expands. It was a beautiful discovery because it meant I could embrace all of my being. Like I didn't just have to be this divine sort of whatever, not perfect, but people do put perfection on that, a person. I could be in this really woman walking on a human path. And so I just bring that into the conversation because it feels like it's really present here in the different viewpoints. And I just want to pick up on something you guys brought in, which is the demonic, which always touches me, you know, like, and again, you know, when at the beginning of the conversation, I was saying, well, what is alien? Where do you get these concepts of alien? I could say so as well, what is demonic? Where do you get your concept of demonic? And for most human beings, demonic is the thing we don't know. We don't know it. We don't understand it. We don't get it. You know, like you get to Africa, you see the black man. I'm from Africa, and people come here. The black people must be the heathens. Whatever they worshiping must be wrong because they're not Christian, you know. So it's like they become this, you know, the demonic thing. So we don't know them. We don't go into their culture. We don't live with them. We don't become friends. This racial divide happens. And that's been, you know, blackness, you know, is essentially wrongness in a way, essentially evilness, because it's what we don't know. So, you know, I'm just bringing that through because when you talk about people having these kind of quasi-demonic spiritual experiences with alien, it's nice to slow that down and say, well, what is the demonic? Because a little bit in the conversation as well has been like this interdimensional travel, that perhaps we don't contact alien through a physical journey. Like all our attention, much of the world's attention is on how do we reach other life through a physical dimension, like a spaceship. Okay, can a spaceship transport us to meet other life? But maybe there's another vehicle that takes us there, which is why I said earlier that this vehicle we saw that's been publicized maybe is archaic compared to a spiritual vehicle. Or now, so we can talk about this in a lot of words, but my journey is about how to find it there. And I'm sure many of you here, when you talk about meditation and so forth, how to find those dimensions through the body and through energy and through spirit. And so it's almost like the one feeling I have about it in my own being is when I can drop from my head space, which is where most of us live, in the head, you know, most people are more like in the head, and I can drop into my heart. It's like I can start looking into the night skies and see things I never saw before, that I couldn't convince anyone was true, but I can see them because I'm in a different part of my being, you know. So I'm just bringing this through, and I'm not, it's like, just remember, and the more we go into the human, into the spaceships, the more we can go into the divine as well, dropping into our being, into our hearts, to our bodies, meeting energy, and then we see different things. But if you have beliefs that what you're seeing are evil or demonic, or, you know, you've got that kind of, and if you even put that out there in word into the universe, because people are going to feel you, they're going to hear you, we create fear And that kind of stops us from dropping through these different dimensions. It becomes a block to this interdimensional travel and meeting these beings we so long to meet, so and just offer that to you.
Well, Shima,
wouldn't demonic would a good definition of just demonic as a woo term or as a material term or whatever, would it imagine it as something that decreases the well-being of conscious creatures, right? So sometimes it can be something that's internal that you're projecting outwards, right? You see something that is loving and it invokes fear in you, and so you project your fear as it's this external thing that's demonic, when really it's actually like a small demon in you that maybe need to be exercised to overcome that fear. But on the flip side, there can be external things that impactfully decrease your conscious well-being.
I wanna put some information out there from my point of view, being a Russian guy, having been born in St. Petersburg, Russia, knowing the Russian language, and today, for the first time, reading Seraphim Rose's Orthodoxy and the Religion of the Future. So it's a very interesting take, and I would love for you guys to expand on it, Josh and Gio, that I think the big problem that, like especially Orthodox Christians of the Seraphim Rose persuasion see in any kind of transcendence movement, be it transcendental meditation or Kundalini yoga or anything of that sort, is the fear of deification of the human being. Mm-hmm. What I would add as a counterpoint to that, I would add two things. Number one, I would add that one of the basic tenets that I found reading a lot of this yogic literature was, it's not about, there's this drawing of this girl with, like, she's naked and I am God is written on her. It's not taking you. Yeah, it's not taking you as you currently are. It's basically letting go of a lot of your attachments to desire and then transcending into a higher state. Letting go of the world, if you will, rejecting of the world, which is another thing from what I understand that a lot of Orthodox monks focus on. I think the basic difference we would disagree with here is on the requirement of faith, and that is not something that I would ever be able to persuade anybody on. Like, that's just like an ironclad thing, and I realize that. But there are certain things that we can look at as, let's say, transcendence. If we're talking about the transcendence through various spiritual practices like tantric meditation, and by the way, just as a side, when Seraphim Rose wrote about these 5 M's that he said, they are too disgusting for me to even write. It's like eating fish, eating bread, eating meat which the Orthodox already do. I don't know. Like, it seems like he was highlighting it, to a greater extent that it needed to be. But anyway, getting back to my original point, I like this idea of us having this playground, if you will, in this embodied existence. I don't think we necessarily all need to have these hard, struggle-filled prayers all the time, but I think that we can discriminate between, whether the effects of whatever rituals we undertake would make the lives of the people that are around us more fruitful, whether we help the people who are around us. Like, I have a family who I love intensely. They are the greatest people who I've ever hoped to ever be in the company of. And through my own process of meditation, just having more awareness in life, I do have a sense of gratefulness for being around these people and the awareness that, we're not going to have that much time here. I don't know what happens later. I mean, I could assume certain things, but while I'm here, I want to be the best son, grandson, whatever, to these people who are in my life. And for those people who end up going on this yogic journey, and start doing bad things, I don't know if that would necessarily come from the yogic journey as much as it would maybe come from, I don't know, them encountering certain things that would lead them that direction. But I wouldn't say that the process itself of Kundalini or pranayama or any of these things is just something for us to ignore and just to be nice sheep and, pay no attention to anything that's beyond whatever it is we've been taught. That's at least my take on it. and I'm curious what you guys think.
Yeah, well, as Seraphim Rose, for people who don't know, he's kind of like the face of American Orthodoxy. He was born in California, Berkeley. He knew several languages, very intelligent. He first saw Christianity, saw it as spiritually empty. Kind of there's nothing here. It's bland, it's trite. And he explored Eastern religions for quite a while, Taoism, before he finally became an Orthodox Christian and discovered the Orthodox Church. And Abbot Damascene, his spiritual disciple, who's now the abbot of the monastery founded, the St. Herman's Monastery in Platina, actually, to kind of connect that, he wrote Christ the Eternal Tao, to kind of connect, to kind of show that, there are these sort of truths that permeate through the Eastern religions. The idea that is sort of central to Orthodox spirituality is the idea, it's hesychasm, the idea of stillness, the idea that sort of these religious and spiritual experiences shouldn't be this sort of ecstasy filled. It's very sober minded, which, often, it can kind of be portrayed as this, sorrowful state, which that can come with the idea of, sorrowful repentance and whatnot. But there's this immense like peace and joy that comes from sort of that inner communion with God, that, that's kind of the highest state that someone wants to achieve, kind of that communion with God. And the idea, pre-less, the idea of spiritual delusion is to keep that sober-mindedness during prayer, and to kind of not, if a vision comes or something, to not try to pay too much mind to it, because it's very, you don't know what is influencing you. We kind of puffs up our pride, I'm being contacted, this is an angel, this is God speaking to me, but we don't actually know that. And that's kind of the emphasis, that sober-mindedness, that we need to be careful of exactly what we're opening ourselves up to. And to kind of segue back into the sort of UFO phenomena, one thing I found interesting is a lot of the sort of experiences, it's very confusing for some people. You kind of see this, something you don't quite understand. It might, violate some rules of physics that, as we know them, it's making like right angle turns, it's dematerializing, it's splitting into two different objects. And sort of that idea that when people are subjected to, something confusing, there's this anxiety that forms, and sort of in the mind's attempt to find an answer, you very much open yourself up to suggestion. Anyone who's familiar with hypnosis, this is kind of one of the easiest ways to get someone into trance, the idea that you kind of bombard them and confuse the mind, and it becomes open to suggestions. And, kind of that's how, the hypnotist, trances the subject. And it's one of those things that, kind of in this exploration, you very much have to be careful, exactly, because you're not quite sure exactly what everything is. And so that's more the emphasis on it.
The prelist, as they
Yes.
say in Russian. See, I'm able to say it with the full Russian accent. But no, it's very interesting, the concepts that you're bringing up here. Oh, by the way, I think Zach wants to speak, but your volume is off.
No, I just wanted to say thank you guys again for having me out. I've gotta run. It was really interesting, Gio and Josh, to hear your perspective at the end. Jim, that was fucking cool to hear from you guys that have been on the ground. Shima, awesome perspective. Sounds like you're doing awesome things out there. And as always, Jules and Lev, you guys are fucking great. Thanks for the conversation. Thanks for having me out. I wish I could stay.
Thank you, Zach. It was wonderful to have you here.
And guys, don't forget to
Love you, Zach.
subscribe.
Thanks for coming.
Everybody subscribe right now. Everybody who's watching this thing. And go to our Patreon, patreon.com/LevinJules. And we also have a couple of more people joining us. First, I want to bring in Saturnalia Sundown.
Ooh.
I don't know how many people here know Saturnalia. He's a really cool guy, member of Esoteric Twitter.
I wanted to ask Matt, while we were talking briefly about aliens. Matt, did you say you had some people that claim to be alien hybrids that could potentially come onto the stream?
I don't know if that was me talking about that, because we jokingly said some people were hybrids, but
Okay.
I don't know any actual hybrids.
The Nephilim.
Yeah, I did want to mention, if you consider back to Terence McKenna, and he was talking about panspermia with the mushroom spores going throughout the galaxy. If they enhanced monkeys' consciousness to make them evolve into more of a human mind, but then what happens to humans when they take additional future psychedelics? So that's like one path towards these, novel life forms.
The stoned ape theory.
Yeah.
Did Terence get that directly from the mushrooms themselves?
He claims to have, but yeah.
Okay.
Well, that's also kind of a risky thing that I want to add. Like, personally, even though I am for spiritual practices where I would heed Seraphim Rose's advice and be very careful as far as what I'm experiencing, like, you'd know at the end of the day if you are being a good person to the people around you, and that's what I base it on as much as I can. But beyond that, I also want to bring in the topic of Jason Reza-Georgiani, who wrote a very interesting book called Prometheus and Atlas. I don't know how many people here read it or how many people in the chat read it. If anybody read it in the chat, let us know. But it's a book that talks about this Promethean tendency of us to constantly want to ascend, with the mythology being that Prometheus gave the fire of the gods, or rather stole the fire of the gods for the humans who were his creation. And the idea there is that the gods did not want the people to have power, and contrasting this with, let's say, life in Russia, because I think, and I brought up before, that Russia has become very romanticized to a lot of people. I'm sure many people who are of the Orthodox Christian persuasion would look at Russia as being, like an ironclad, fisted, reign of, the true religion. But from the people who we know, who know the higher-ups in Russian society, in the Russian government, their Metropolite Kirill, he works directly for the government. He works for Putin. And the churches that are involved with, the Russian Orthodoxy, they also work for the government. And you also have examples of, let's say, the Russian church in Ukraine, which was fueling the coronavirus outbreak. If you have certain traditions, and I also, by the way, went to a Russian Orthodox school. I went to a St. Sergius Academy. It's not around anymore, but it was an academy in Manhattan on the Upper East Side. And we had this tradition of kissing the icons, as anybody who's an Orthodox Christian knows. And, they just wiped it off. And other examples of this kissing of, let's say, the feet, like the shriveled foot of a saint, just from this little water spout, like things like that, I would see as being very uncleanly, even though people who are true believers, and please correct me if I'm wrong here, but would it have some kind of a spiritual significance to them to be able to kiss them and not get sick? From what I see, they'd still get sick from it. So I think that that's kind of like an anti-Promethean point of view, where if there are certain things that have a really long beard, as far as, like how old they are, but as causing a lot of harm, despite being Lindy, for lack of a better term, then you would try to move those things out of the way while still focusing on the faith.
Yeah, well, I would just say about Russia, I think it's sort of easy to idealize things that you're not a part of. Russia just came out, it's like 30 years from the Soviet Union, atheistic regime. I think it'd be wrong for anyone to try to proclaim it's, sort of a beacon of faith or something. I think, if anything, it's kind of the seeds to, sort of the revival there. It's very much in a country still sort of in repentance, not sort of like some beacon or something.
I would add one more thing, though. The serfs who were living, during the Tsarist time, a lot of them were not in a great state. They were living like animals.
No, definitely.
A lot of incest. Yeah, and not only that, by the way, you had Alexander Nevsky, who is considered to be a patron saint, who was like a mafioso underboss, going to villages demanding money from them to give to the Golden Horde. And we had the Russian people there saying prayers for the Khan and his family's welfare in church. So this is not my idea of, people who, are using their brain as well as they can while still maintaining the faith. There has to be a balance here.
Well, I mean, one of the things is, kind of central. I mean, this is in scripture as well, the idea that, submit to the lawful authorities, whether it is, the czar, whether it's the Khan, whether it's, Rome, one of the earliest writings in Christianity we have, kind of tells, this is when Rome was very much still pagan, and the persecutions were on and off, it wasn't a constant thing, but, to pray for the emperor, you don't rebel. And that's kind of the sense to it, and it, hard times, no government's going to be perfect. And I think that's something that it's very easy to idealize, this long past empire or something, this kingdom, like this is the perfect, this is, nothing wrong happened there. But I mean, ultimately, if something's a human organization run by people, it's going to be imperfect. That's just the reality of life.
And you would include the Orthodox Church in that category as well, or no?
The Orthodox Church, it's that blending of human and divine. The idea that, you have the sacraments, you have the grace. Meanwhile, you have, you still have the human struggles.
You have a lot of imperfect people. And
definitely. I mean, you can look in the New Testament where, this is 30, 40 years after Christ, and, St. Paul's writing about the churches fighting one another, these, bad leaders coming to, that has always existed. There's never been this perfect, kind of epoch time in which, everyone was perfectly Christian, everyone lived a perfect Christian life. That's just, it's just reality of living in a fallen world.
But let me ask you this, what time would you rather live? Like, would you rather live today, or like Byzantium, or like as far as a time when you could have a good balance of, faith while at the same time welfare, as far as not dying too early because certain devices weren't created yet, certain medicines weren't made yet?
And I would say we were all born in the time that we're born in. We're here where we're at for a reason.
I believe that.
It's one of those things where it reminds me of the story of St. Anthony the Great, where he's this great ascetic, and he lives in the desert all by himself, and he kind of prays, and he says, I've achieved this sense of holiness. Who has achieved a sense of holiness that I have? And so he's sent into the city, and he finds a cobbler, and that's who achieved the same holiness. And he kind of asks him, what is it that you're doing? How are you so holy? Teach me. And he says, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just a cobbler. I just live my life. I just pray. And that kind of sense that the different paths to holiness exist anywhere. Some people need to go off into a monastery because that's what they're called to. Some people, you can become a saint in a city. You can be in a rural town. That there's different struggles depending on what time period you are, where you are. But that sense of holiness and that path of salvation is kind of open to everyone, regardless of sort of the parameters in which they're stuck in.
Well, I'm very interested to hear about Shima's point of view on all of this, because if we're talking about spiritual practices leading to the deification of, the human being, do you see that there may be some sects out there where they do hail, their leader as God, and they pray to them, and it fills up that leader's head with a lot of egotism, and it results in, some problems down the road?
Well, just speaking of different types of organizations and organizations that lead, whether that's a government or a church or a sect or something like this. And I just wanted to come back to some things that I heard spoken now in terms of like the one law, a Christian law is to follow the government of your country. And, all of us have come from countries where the governments were quite rotten. I come from South Africa, apartheid, where people were, treated really badly here. America, there's slavery, of course, which was a great, we could consider this an evil. And to not stand up against such a government is also an evil. Well, I don't know if you want to use the word evil. I'm just being
Didn't
strong
Mandela
about it.
tire burn people? Wouldn't he put tires around people and burn them alive?
I would just, to kind of preface that, the idea of, submission to a worldly government, so long as it doesn't kind of contradict the Christian values. Yeah.
Where I like to come from with spirituality is evolution, because I like causality as a teacher. Causality is a wonderful teacher, and causality is a very real teacher. So if the government is corrupt and is harmful, we can't just say, oh, I just had to go off and kill a whole lot of people because the government told me to do it. Oh, I was just listening, like I went to the war, I killed everybody, I did the government said I should do it. Like, we have to evolve past this place. We have to take self-responsibility. So even this thing where you spoke into, and I know these beliefs are really cherished, and I know they have foundations and rootedness in truth. But when the person says, listen, be careful of that spiritual realm, you don't know what you're going to get into, you could get hurt. He's absolutely right. Okay, he's absolutely right. You could. And if you don't go play, you're not going to evolve and you're not going to learn, bottom line, which is also totally fine. But this is part of the game here. We come here to learn. We come here to evolve. And yes, certainly anyone can become corrupt, Lev. Someone from the... Oh, right. Yeah, no, of course.
Yeah, his wife did a few atrocities as well.
Yeah, the necklacing.
I was at university with Winnie Mandela, and always disliked her for killing Stompy, the child. Yeah, she was. People still like her. It's human beings are interesting where they find their allegiances. So, yeah, in terms of the leaders of sects. I was like, were you saying the leaders of sex? I'm like, become corrupt and worshipped. But yeah, of course, I mean, anything is possible under the sun, there are very, very many false teachers on this earth. And what do I mean by false teacher? I mean someone who's just repeating words that they've heard from someone else, that they've never come to know the substance of it in themselves as their true being. You go to a meditation teacher, it teaches you meditation techniques, but they've never really dropped into the essence of meditation, which is into the essence of being present in the moment, purely present in the moment with no past story behind them, just in pure presence. And that's a false teacher. It's not an evil person or bad person. It's just there's someone who has never arrived themselves, or maybe they just like the technique, But I do feel that evolution is what we actually really talking about this whole conversation, all the way through the aliens.
It's part of it, but
yeah, Dad did that.
Another part of it is not just evolution, but transcendence away from desire, which is another thing that I think, despite reading Orthodoxy and the Religion of the Future, one thing that I think Seraphim Rose did not touch on as much is that I think that there is a connection between, let's say, the Hindu sects in terms of getting rid of desire, getting rid of worldly passion, and the Orthodox priests. And another thing that I'm curious about is when it was written there about transcendence, that this quality of people desiring transcendence and being in this transcendent state is like this. I don't know if he classified it as being egotistical, but I find that the idea of New Jerusalem or being in this heavenly state, that is also an example of transcendence. And if it isn't, I'm curious what the difference would be there.
I would say, it is that idea of, the deification, the theosis, it's just the question of, the path that you sort of arrive there. A lot of in these, this idea of sort of rising up by yourself, that it's very much connected to pride in the sense, that I am, sort of achieving this, as opposed to kind of the Christian path, that this, you always have to remain that humility and stuff, the constant repentance for sin, the humility, in the sense that, it's the partnership with God, and he sort of elevates you there, not so much that, I'm achieving this spiritual state, I'm rising above, from my actions purely. And that's, I would say that is
but again,
a distinction there.
You're talking about the I, where, at least from the way that I was able to look at it, this I is something that does end up changing over time. where a lot of things that you currently held on to constituting the I end up falling away. And the big question is what remains after all of this falls away. I would say that you can't separate. I mean, I don't want to go on a whole tangent here about the cosmos, but we are talking about aliens.
That's the false self. That's the ahamkara, right?
Exactly.
So that's what falls away.
Exactly. So in that sense, I do see there being some kind of a shaking of hands that could be done between these movements, while at the same time being very critical of people who do go down the wrong path, who, let's say, go into Om Shinrikyo. I don't know how many people here know about Om Shinrikyo. Was this
he had a UFO thing going on as well.
That's true, yeah. And he did the Shaktipat. There was this cult in Japan, for those who don't know, Om Shinrikyo, where they were following this half-blind Japanese dude with a long beard and like Jesus hair. And he was
They did the sarin attacks, yeah.
Yeah, they did the Tokyo sarin attacks.
And he was friends with the Dalai Lama, and the Dalai Lama called him a very troublesome friend.
Yeah, so it's like you can, in those levels, you can get up to a lot of bad stuff. So in no way am I excusing the horrible people who end up using these things, nor do I want to say that these inner technologies that we have that Shima, you know pretty well about, they could be put to good use, to creativity, to imagination. Because like I said before, I like creating art, and I don't think this is all about just rejecting everything and not making art. And you make art yourself, Gio, and you're a Christian.
Yeah, that's what I was going to lead off of. Ashima's very good points, and Grant is very good. I know Josh, but you know, Twitter mutuals.
Yeah.
I think, you know, what did Foucault say? There's not things are bad, but there's things that are dangerous. I think that have also being I'm a Catholic, but I'm also a fan of Seraphim Rose, Father Seraphim Rose. At the end of nihilism, the one contention I have with him would be when he talks about, and again, because I'm an artist myself, I consider myself a contemporary artist. I think when he refers to the contemporary art world, he calls modern art like Picasso and Arbach and so forth. He says the thalidomide, deformed faces of spiritual ugliness. I think and I'll lead back to the UFO point as well. But I think what Shima and Gravantis was saying is pertinent, because I believe truly that there are some people that are able to harden their spiritual armor against the falseness of the demonic, of the falsity of charlatans and so forth, but can entertain, at least on an intellectual level, these sort of things that are very spiritual, harmful to quote unquote normies. I think if you have a grounding within a spiritual tradition like Orthodoxy, like Catholicism, like Vedanta even, I think that you can navigate the thickets of perdition. Because, for example, with modern contemporary art, people get confused. I think that these art forms reveal something about being that is in the present, in the modern moment, in modernity. And I think it's perfectly valid to express these things within aesthetics in the realm of art. And to bring this back to the UFO phenomenon, so I disagree with Seraphim Rose. I think that for normies, yes, it's very spiritually harmful, because they get the wrong ideas about abstraction and suprematism and so forth, or even spiritual practices. But I think for the select few that can navigate these questions, I think it's perfectly valid to explore. But to bring this back to the UFO phenomenon, we need to look at that intersection between what is art, what is spirituality, and what is the UFO phenomenon. Because UFO art, whether it's the psychedelia, which is very positive, which is, you know, comes from DMT and machine elves and so forth, then the negative side, which is of course Geiger, which is alien, which is science fiction. I think that we have to look at why it is we're so consumed by the alien phenomenon, by the post-apocalyptic literature. I think it's saying something about our own time. Do I believe that physical aliens exist? Probably. I mean, the Fermi paradox, all that. But I think that in the psychic realm, in the spiritual realm, we have to look at why it is that in this time we are so caught up with the minutia of the advanced technologies and the science of it, and that we've sort of forsaken the spiritual potentialities of saying, okay, what if there are extraterrestrials? What if the extraterrestrials are us? there's a very great video artist that I've sort of made my bones on. His name is Nobody TM. Well, not him. It's a group of people, but that does this unique video art. And there's a number of things that come up where he'll take, or I say him, but really it's a collective of artists. Nobody TM will take videos of alien researchers and people that claim to have experienced the UFO phenomenon. Maybe they're schizophrenic, who knows, right? And there'll be these like very grainy layers of video editing and so forth. But the conclusion is that when we talk about the alien phenomenon, what if we are the aliens in terms of we are alienated from ourselves, we are alienated from our inner makeup, and we're also alienated in society. Of course, we live in a society. So the alien is almost a metaphor for our own state in life to some degree. But I'm just babbling now. So, yeah.
Well, I wanted to bring this question up to Jim. I mean, I'm very curious about what you think of this particular discussion. It went into a very interesting direction. So I was wondering if you have any thoughts on it.
You know, I have to tell you, I'm unfamiliar with a lot of the references that you guys are talking about. What I know about is that I have this innate desire to explore, and I think that's God-given. I think it's been given to all of us in some way. And you know, some people explore art, some people explore the universe, some of us explore you know, gardening, and so I think every step of the way we are experiencing revelation, and we try and classify that as truth, and sometimes we get it wrong, but the fact is, every bit of revelation helps us evolve towards this goal that, you know, God intended for us to become. And so that's kind of like where I'm at on and you know, I'm really not an expert on the subject. So, I mean, if you want to talk about the technology to go to Mars, I'm more than happy to talk about that.
Yes, let's talk about that, because I don't want to forget about the technology to go to
and
Mars.
What about the ghosts of Mars?
Oh, the ghosts of Mars, yeah. So we could, yeah, what we can do is we can tag on the earlier conversation, which I think Gio and Josh missed. We were talking about panspermia and the possibilities of life beyond Earth, although we didn't actually follow a traditional path to get there. So, but you know, so much of what we thought we knew about Mars, we didn't know, right? When I've forgotten the fellow's Lowell was looking at Mars through his rudimentary telescope, he imagined Mars as a place with water-filled canals and luscious green forests and that sort of thing, and it kind of set the mentality of Mars for us. When Viking landed on Mars in the mid-70s, we landed expecting to find life crawl up into the instruments of this lander, and we reached down and we picked up a scoop full of dirt, iron. It's all this reddish stuff, iron-laden dirt, and we found nothing that we expected anyway. And so in the meantime, we're taking pictures of Mars, right? And there's somebody thinks they see a face in a rock, like, oh, well, maybe that's an ancient memorial placed there by past civilizations and that sort of thing. And all of that sparks our imagination, right? But when we get there, the facts are that Mars was not any of those things. And so Here we go again with you're throwing me off here, but yeah. So the bottom line is some of us are driven to explore other destinations. Mars is one of them. I also think we need a place to go. We're messing up Earth, and someday we're going to mess it up so bad that if our DNA wants to survive, if it wants to exist, it's going to need a place to go. And Mars is probably the next best destination. Mars is not ideal. It doesn't have a magnetic field, which is really troubling.
You heard of the Havoc Project?
The Havoc Project? No.
It's for Venus, high altitude Venus cloud cities.
Well, I do know that one of the best ways to explore Venus would be through a balloon. And so, but
it's a NASA project?
Yes.
That's not surprising.
Okay.
Yeah, there we go. I've seen concepts, I think it was by the VEXAG, the Venus Advisory Group, that put forth a concept where we'd actually fly a payload to Venus. You got me off track here, but I love this story anyway. So you fly a payload to Venus, and just before it reaches the atmosphere, it would inflate these wings, and it would become a solar-driven inflatable airplane that we could explore Venus with. It's just so many incredible, innovative ideas on how to explore our solar system, which is coming up. But right now, what happens is we have one president that says we're going to the moon, then we elect another president. He says, "Oh no, we've been there, done that, got the T-shirt. We're going to go to Mars." And so we spend 8 years working on going to Mars, and then we elect another president, and he says, "Let's go to the moon."
Would you rather like a China model?
So
like where you can make more unilateral decisions?
No.
Well, that's what Justin Trudeau says. He admires China's basic dictatorship. And I feel like there might be people in government who look at their ability to focus and envy it.
So it's possible. I wasn't one of them. What I saw,
because people do see the presidents as a temporary employee, right? And so that can kind of interfere with certain initiatives.
It interferes with the initiatives if they're ill-conceived. But what has happened is what's evolved over that coming and going and moon, Mars, which is it, what we've learned is that we're going, and that the destination almost doesn't matter, right? We'll go where we need to go when we're ready to go. And so way back at the beginning of this session, somebody asked, do we have the technology to send humans to Mars? And the answer is really simple. Yeah, we've got the technology to send humans to Mars, but we don't have the technology to bring them back. That's a thing that NASA will not do. When Kennedy said we're going to go send humans to the moon by the end of the decade and return them safely, that became part of the DNA of the agency. There are organizations around the world that would think about sending humans on a one-way trip in an attempt to see if we could populate Mars, settle it. And they're woefully underfunded, and they lack a lot of technology, but they certainly have a lot of vision. And I've met 3 of those individuals that were selected for that mission, or were down selected to 100 individuals. I've met 3 of them. Subsequently, the Mars One organization has gone bankrupt and is not moving forward. But somebody's going to get it right. Is it going to be the United States government? Is it going to be a partnership between the United States and Europe? Is it going to be SpaceX and Elon Musk? Is it going to be China? I don't know. Somebody's going to get it right, and I think we need to keep moving forward.
Well, there was an experiment that was done, Biosphere 2,
Yes.
in Oracle, Arizona, and it was a big failure from what I read. There was problems with the oxygen, the die-offs of many of the animals and the plants. So that is kind of concerning to me as far as being able to have a biosphere-type environment that people can survive in for a long time on Mars. Has there been any progress on that front?
Yeah, well, Biosphere, Lev, I forget exactly when that was, but it was before we had the International Space Station.
It was constructed between 1987 and 1991.
There we go. Yeah, right. So the Biosphere experiment did fail for technological reasons, for psychological reasons, for political reasons. There were also some people that were just downright outside of the sphere that were just downright greedy, and so I have not seen that documentary. I'm trying to find it on Netflix and I just can't seem to pull it up. But there is a new documentary out this month on Biosphere 2. And so looking forward to seeing that. But I do know that some of the biggest challenges of sending humans to Mars are not necessarily technological. They're sociological. And so being able to take whole human beings and not just retrained test pilots who spend a weekend at the moon, to take whole human beings that are going to spend 3 years on a journey is really, really important. And so they're looking for that. And, it might be that the best astronaut to select is somebody who's a stamp collector and not a test pilot, So anyway, I'm meandering a little bit because the question was around the propulsion technology. And the answer is we don't need any more propulsion technology. We need bigger rockets, but we don't need to invent a new technology. We do need to figure out how to protect humans from the radiation in space, cosmic rays, and when we get to Mars, we won't be as shielded as we are here on Earth because there is no magnetic field, and then we have to figure out how we're going to sustain ourselves once we get there. But the biggest problem right now is how to get off the planet. And like I said, any new rocket is going to blow up 10 times. So we got to figure out how to land a rocket body on the surface of Mars, fuel it, probably with fuel we derive from the elements that we can find on Mars, and then take it off for the first time with humans on board, and hope it works.
Fingers
Jim,
crossed.
Why does NASA feel so strongly about getting off planet? Like it's so important that we find another planet to live on.
I think it's a calling.
It's a what?
It's a calling.
Oh, and by the way, to address Vic's comment,
it comes back down to a spiritual thing, I think.
Well, speaking of a spiritual thing, Vic was just saying, isn't it funny that people will purport nihilism, and there's Jules' cat, and they say that stardust nonsense, implying that there's inherent meaning and beauty in the finality of life. Rockets are all fake. All of those SpaceX videos are CGI. Oh my goodness.
I have a theory about why we want to get off planet ASAP. If you look into Randall Carlson, Cycles of Catastrophe, he's a Mason, but he thinks that we enter into some type of asteroid field, maybe the legends of Planet X, every certain amount of years. And so if that happens again, every time it resets civilization because an asteroid hits Earth. So if these guys are going to those meetings with those kind of deep thinker types that are talking about this, if you look at what Blue Origin is doing, it's asteroid mining, but that's also a front to be able to move an asteroid away from us. It's a way to monetize it. And then you have Musk wanting to go to Mars. Really, yeah. he's like in a hurry because he thinks there's not enough time. So I think it has something to do with that.
So not a lot of people know this. I haven't advertised it too much, but I was in charge of President Obama's grand challenge to figure out what to do when an asteroid is inbound. And I will tell you, there are a lot of really brilliant minds working on that. One of the first things you have to do, though, is detect it. and even today, we don't have the technology to detect the little ones, like the ones that came, like the one that came in over Chelyabinsk. We didn't know it was going to happen until it hit, right? The big ones we know about, and technologically there are explanations as to why we think we've caught 95-ish% of them. I forget the exact number; it changes every year. But the little ones, there's hundreds of thousands of those things, and every month there's 2 or 3 that move between the Earth and the Moon, and they could just be off a little bit, and they could catch us. So from a technological standpoint, that's actually what took me to South Africa the very first time, was to try and work with the astronomy community in South Africa to help put together a telescope that would be an early warning system for inbound asteroids. And now I've gotten us off topic again, and I totally forgot what it was we were talking about.
You know, it's funny that even in contemporary continental philosophy, you have like a lot of thinkers that talk about like extinction events, a lot of like object-oriented ontology stuff. Like Ray Brazier talks about what happens when the sun explodes. And it's like, you know, will matter still live on without us, right? Because we're like the signifier. But I think it's what I wanted to ask Mr. Adams. I saw you before. I think, were you on Coast to Coast, if I recall?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah,
a lot of interviews.
Yeah. I saw you before, but about the practicalities of potential Mars colonization, it's very difficult, I would assume, to terraform when you don't have things like gravitational field. You'd have to create a technology to invent one. But from what I understand, isn't it even the practicality of putting like physical people in space? Now we know the mental toll, obviously, but even the physiological toll. Is it true that humans are not equipped to deal with like a 0G environment? That the astronauts and the cosmonauts, they came back with like calcium deficiencies and things like
Very
that.
true.
Yeah, like are they exploring that right now? How to overcome even just the practicalities of it?
So astronauts on board the International Space Station, they go up for 6-month stints, unless you're Scott Kelly and then you went for a year, right? And part of their job is to exercise for 2 hours a day, in large part to maintain bone density and prohibit muscle atrophy. But at the same time, they're instrumented, and we're gathering data on them all the time to try and figure out how best to deal with the physiological challenges of traveling in space. And nobody knows what an 8.5-month journey from Earth to Mars is going to be like. Mars has a little bit of gravity. We think it's going to be enough. It has, what is it, 2/3 the gravity of Earth, or maybe it's 1/3. But the bottom line is it's got a little gravity, and so that should be enough. The bigger problem in my book is the fact that it has no coherent magnetic field, and what the magnetic field does for us on Earth is protect us from a lot of stuff, radiation in space, the solar wind, and so having a magnetic field is really important. This idea, by the way, that was it didn't last long. I think Elon Musk proposed sending a bunch of nuclear weapons to Mars and lighting them off and just warming everything up so that the permafrost would melt and we'd have water again on Mars. That's a little naive because of, the solar wind is constantly slicing off the top layer of the Martian atmosphere. And that's, again, because it's not deflected by a magnetic field. There is a really out there concept that says you could go to one of the Lagrange points. That's a point between Mars and the sun where the gravity is kind of equal, and you could put a magnetic field generator, like and create a big magnetic field there that then would deflect the solar wind, but it still wouldn't shield us from things like cosmic rays and that sort of thing. So,
but also it seems that there like you mentioned the need to go and explore the cosmos. When it comes to the questions of technology and science, do you think that, for example, like the Manhattan Project, where like some of the scientists thought that it was going to blow up the atmosphere and it was just like shred us, and but then there was like this one crazy thing where they threw nuclear weapons into the, what was it, the Trinity Belt or something? Remember there was a William Shatner documentary about it. Do you think that there's this Faustian spirit to explore, but do you think that there should be, or can there possibly be, a limit to technological advancement when it comes to not just space exploration but anything? Because now, like you mentioned, Elon Musk, now you factor in private capital, these eccentric billionaires that want to explore space.
no,
Do you think that, yeah, like what do you think is like a logical limit on these sort of things, if there is one?
I don't think we're going to slow technological evolution down. What we're going to have to do is speed up our own psychological and sociological evolution. And you know, thousands of years ago, when the room was too cold, you put another log on the fire, right? Today, if the room's too cold, you bump up the thermostat a little bit. You know, we've learned to deal with that little bit of technology. The kind of world I grew up in, when there were still party lines and phones were wired into the wall, is so foreign to my son that he doesn't even remember. You know, it just doesn't even compute for him. You know, so I think we as a society will evolve to meet the technology. The question is, will we do it responsibly? And I'd like to think that we would.
Well, I have one more person to bring on. We have my friend Kimberly Coulter. Kimberly, I know you've been waiting a long time, and I'm curious what you think of this conversation so far. Hey.
Oh, there she is.
Here I am.
So, Kimberly, what do you think so far? We've talked about a lot of different topics. We went into very deep philosophical discussions about aliens and demons and meditation and all that. So, you have a question about UFOs, though. So, and now you are gone, but she will be back, I promise. And while she's coming back, I want to remind everybody, please subscribe. We are the greatest, most underrated show in YouTube history, and we are growing bigger. I am so thankful to get all of these amazing people together in one room. I mean, look, we have a super smart dude from NASA right here. We have writers in the outsider artist movement. We have Saturnalia. We have Matt Bow. We have Josh. I mean, you know, Jules, Shima, you guys are incredible. And the fact that you are here in the stream right now, I am very grateful for that. So thank you so much. You guys are the best. And I am putting Kimberly back in. I forgot to press the admit button the second time. Here is Kimberly Coulter.
Bezos says he thinks we have to go to the moon first.
One last thing, Lev.
Oh, yes.
Is that I have a hard cutoff at 9 o'clock, which is in about 7 minutes.
It's coming up. So if any of you guys have questions for Jim, now is the time.
I have one more.
But I think Kimberly has the first.
Yes. Go, Kimberly.
Oh, so when it comes to the advancement of sociology and psychology and how we, interact with each other, as somebody who, has put a lot of thought into this, what do you think needs to be the next evolution in human development for us to be able to sustainably move to another planet?
Empathy. Yeah. Empathy. I think we need to learn again empathy.
Great answer.
And I mean, I don't even think we have to go to another against empathy. You know,
The case for rational compassion.
Jules, I love you.
Oh boy.
Anyway.
That's my wish list.
Yeah, I just think it doesn't have anything to do with going anywhere else. I think even staying here as a society, if we're going to survive, if we're not going to crush ourselves.
Well, I totally agree. I mean, I've made on this exact show, I've made the point that technology and morality have not evolved at the same rate, and because of that, we're having a sociological crisis. So I totally agree. In order for us to have any sort of advancement, whether it be here on Earth or on Mars or another moment entirely, the thing that we need to conquer is morality.
Yeah.
How would you do that? How would you conquer morality?
Well, I think you need genuine transparency. I think morality from religious tradition used to come from a fear of God's always watching you, and if you're not moral, you'll experience eternal hell. But now, like, we're all kind of surveilling each other, right? I mean, you've got Facebook, you've got Apple, you've got Google, you've got hackers, you've got cameras on the street, you've got facial recognition technology. We live in a surveillance society, right? I mean, one of the big books right now is Surveillance Capitalism. So I think that a lot of old habits are persisting where people don't trust each other. And I think it's counterintuitive to a lot of people that the more trusting you are of others, the more trustworthy they become. And so I think people kind of need to let go of themselves and embrace the power that comes from vulnerability.
By the way, I wanted to get two people on at the same time right now because, Jim, I know you have to go. So, John, my great friend John Facey, you get to ask questions to Jim Adams, just whatever question you got. And same thing with Exile Judge, who is connecting via audio.
Yeah, man. Thanks. I'm glad to be on. It's been a great discussion. I know Jim's only got a couple more minutes here, but earlier on when you were talking about sort of the technology to get to and from a place like Mars versus just the technology, say, to get there, I'm curious as to the applications of this kind of technology right here on Earth, if there's been any discussion of, putting human beings in different biomes than maybe we're used to, whether it's Antarctica or bottom of the ocean. Maybe a stupid question, but I'm just curious as to sort of the capabilities of these technologies and where else we might put humanity next.
Yeah, so it's a really good question. In 1976, I think it was, a couple of guys out at the Jet Propulsion Lab were looking at a way to make a super small camera so we could send it into space. The smaller things are, the less they weigh, the easier they are to get into space.
Right.
And that was the genesis of the active pixel CCD, which is a variant of is in nearly every cell phone camera today. That's called a spin-off.
Yeah.
And there's thousands of those. I remember when I first got my job in technology in 2012, getting called over to the White House, and an aide in the Office of Science and Technology Policy wanted me to be able to characterize the journey to Mars in terms of what we would learn as spin-offs. And the reason is because there's some spin-offs drive a huge economic engine, and politically they wanted to be able to take advantage of that.
Right.
The problem is that NASA invents these technologies to solve a problem to go to space, not to solve a problem here on Earth. It is the really bright people here on Earth that say, I can use that protein that you isolated to feed astronauts as a supplement for baby formula. Or, and today that's a $3 billion industry. So there's hundreds of thousands really of those kinds of things. And so the best I could tell these officials was, we're going to go to Mars and we're going to change Earth in the process. but I don't know what it's going to be. So hold on. Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah. I mean, I was thinking in the direction of men under the ocean rather than men on Mars, but I didn't even stop to consider sort of the wide breadth of consumer tech that has come out of the space race and everything that's happened since. So
yeah, if you want to investigate that a little bit, you can go to spinoff.nasa.gov, and they've got every one that that they've been able to identify written up and in a great story format. So.
Okay, yeah. Do they really eat that dehydrated ice cream that they fed me? Okay, I didn't think so.
But they do eat dehydrated food.
Right.
Not a lot of people know my father worked in the space industry and for a while worked on packaging the Apollo food. And after he died, we were going through a filing cabinet and we found some prototype packages that he had invented actually for the Apollo food project.
Wow.
Sorry.
The food, the plastic had compromised. And so the things like there was tang in one of them and beef stroganoff in another, they were moldy and mildewy and just gross. But I will tell you, the fruitcake looked just fine.
You could
Very
say
interesting.
Steve 1989.
Oh, by the way, before we get
MREs.
to Exile Judge for the final question, I just want to quickly ask Jim, do you know about Hampshire?
Hampshire?
Oh,
yes. So Hampshire is a YouTube video where this guy made a hamster environment where the hamsters live in underwater in an aquarium. Look it up.
Cool.
Hampshire. It is amazing. So anyway, let's go to Exile Judge. Last question for Jim Adams.
Oh wow, you know what? I just a lot of man. And Jim, I actually have a question. I'm gonna flex on my knowledge of aircraft and see if you could answer this. So what would probably win a dogfight? A fighter jet or a attack helicopter? It's a serious question. What would probably win in a dogfight?
I don't, first off, I don't follow aeronautics that well, but I would vote for what was the name of that TV show? Was it Skyhawk? No. Anyway, I would vote for a Black Hawk for sure.
I mean, what would you say, like an Apache or an F-16? What would probably win in an aerial battle?
It's a coin toss.
Coin toss. You say it's a coin toss.
Yeah, well, at the moment, yeah, I really.
Okay, but if you were to guess, like which one would probably fare out better in an aerial?
I would go with the Apache.
Good answer. You are correct. Actually, most people wouldn't answer that question. They would actually go for fighter jet, but they're wrong because of the J-catch experiments that happened in I believe in the 1980s. It's like 1979, 1980s. But I'll share that with everyone about that. Outside of that, do you believe that since one thing though is that our budget is allocated towards a lot towards fighter jets, and I think their one benefit is Jim gone?
No, I just pulled up your J-catch.
Okay, yeah. But okay, but the thing was that if you like we over budget with the fighter jets, but in terms of this is a UFO conversation, right? You guys were talking about okay, all right. But in terms of that, there is like kind of like I have this like active conspiracy theory formulating here that we invest in fighter jets because they're best for pursuit and interception in terms of war, in terms of like
UFOs.
And
fighters,
not the helicopter. I mean, if you wanted to, kind of concentrate things on modern warfare about conventional military, you would actually invest more into the helicopters, from what we found out. But it seems like fighter jets are best for interception and pursuit.
So when Lev has his
that's really interesting
with the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, right? You can ask him that question.
By the way, is everyone familiar with Leslie Kean, with her book On the Record on UFOs?
No.
Okay, it's all right. Now I gotta look that up as well. But like, I'll share that link in the chat soon. But Leslie,
I need to bolt, but everybody should say a thank you to Shima because it's 3 a.m. her time.
Oh my
Oh my
goodness!
goodness.
wow.
You guys are wonderful. Thank you.
Where's
Thank
Shima
you.
at?
Last.
Jim,
Lev,
did
thank
you have
for
a
the
moment
invitation.
for one thing I had to say about the trip to Mars? Do you have
Yes.
Do you have a minute or two?
For Shima,
1
for
minute?
you, of course.
So I wanted to add into the calculation of making Mars habitable and in the conversation of what is an alien. And when I kind of brought in earlier that potentially these two galaxies meetings are we watching what we could call alien meeting, and that if you go from one area to another, in Washington or wherever it is one is, some areas have a different feeling, like some people have a different feeling. And perhaps the energy of Mars is quite profoundly different to the energy of Earth, not just in terms of chemistry, but in terms of the vibration or the personality, if you like, of the planet. So I mentioned there was that moment where I met these satellites, and in that moment I connected to the energy of Mars, and I'd never ever felt in my life, nothing ever close to the warlike energy I met in this being when I felt through the satellite into the planet. And I was astounded. I was actually afraid because it was like such a fierce war energy. And I thought to myself, if anybody ever had to land on this planet and live in it, they would probably kill each other. It's that kind of energy, like nothing. I never experienced anything like this on Earth. So I don't know how you would approach such a problem, or even if people would consider it, but it would have its own personality, and it would be a very different personality to Earth.
Sounds like a Mormon analogy.
Mormon.
Saturnalia, he could
Only
fully one of the
few at a time.
Yeah,
mythological.
Saturnalia, you did not talk at all, pretty
Like
much.
coded
Oh,
speech.
I've been observing. I didn't really want to weigh in on the whole orthodoxy spiels. That's not my area of expertise.
Saturnalia, are you Mormon? Are you a member of
No,
the church?
no.
God.
If you're a Mormon, is anyone here a member of the church?
I live in Utah.
I was
man.
a Mormon
live
as
in
a
Utah,
child.
You
Whoa.
are.
No way.
Mm.
In Africa, we have a Mormon, quite a few Mormons.
Well, it's connected to
Probably good at
Hinduism.
detecting energy and picking
All
up
right.
on
Yeah.
signals.
Thank you so much, Jim. Thank you for
Thank you,
all
everybody.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Jim.
Nice
You were
having you,
great.
Jim.
words.
Thank you.
It was a pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We
And
got
guys,
good energy over here.
don't forget to subscribe. Go to our Patreon right now. Like this thing. We are
Buy
bringing in the
survival
big
seats.
people.
Hit
Ne-
the bell.
Raid
Hit the
Shadow
bell.
Legends.
Exactly. We're bringing in the Joint Chiefs of Staff next season.
Yeah, I'll see if I could have gotten some old connections in my time in the Marine Corps and see if we'll find somebody to chime in on.
They let you in the Marines?
Yeah, dude.
I'm
no.
kidding.
Right.
Man.
No, it's out. Once a Marine, once was enough.
Semper
I'm
Fi.
out, for a while, and then I just went back to doing drugs in LA.
Well,
So-
Shima, it's interesting that you mentioned Mormonism because one thing that I found in common with Mormonism and Hinduism is that they both have this concept of lokas, but in Mormonism, the Mormon elder gets to rule their own planet, from what I understand. Now, I don't know if that's
So it
exactly the
works.
case, so you can enlighten me as far as the details there go. I know they have a planet called Kolob, and that's supposed to be like the king planet.
Mormons?
Yeah.
What?
Don't they have a planet called Kolob? No.
Maybe.
Just drawing a blank.
I can tell you that from what I remember of the belief system of their ascension, you could say, is from what I remember, they believe that sorry, my battery's just saying it's low. There's not many people who actually go to hell, except people that have done really awful things like take innocent life, like take a child's life or something. And then they have something called 3 degrees of glory. And they say even the worst degree of glory is so magnificent, if you had to see it, you would want to die immediately to be there. But only in the highest degree, which they call the celestial kingdom, is where God is. And then that degree of glory is divided into 3 as well. And so people that have really kind of, I suppose, coming to their own self-nature, or to their perfectionism, whatever Mormons will call it, it will arrive at the top degree of glory. and those people become gods themselves and can populate planets and lead planets and so forth. So they do have a sense of moving towards divinity in terms of, yeah.
And it seems
and I
similar.
always found that interesting, that it resonate with the Eastern way of seeing things.
Yeah, where you'd have like Krishna Loka, which is supposed to be like one of the higher planets that you would settle in. And
Oh, God,
I
really?
just read about Kolob. It does say that according to, so Kolob is the heavenly body nearest to the throne of God. And while in the Book of Abraham refers to Kolob as a star, it also refers to planets as stars. Therefore, some Latter-day Saint commentators consider Kolob to be a planet. The body also appears in Latter-day Saint culture, including a reference to Kolob in an LDS hymn. So it's very, very interesting stuff here. But there is something, too, I think, this idea of looking at our existence in terms of our closeness to the center of the galaxy. Just like as far as like if this was some video game, then you'd imagine whatever's closer to the center of the galaxy would have cushier conditions, and like what's further away would have worse conditions. I don't know, this is just like an assumption, but
like the Goldilocks paradox thing. Yeah.
Sure, yeah. Like I know that the Mayans, their calendar, and I don't know a better way to put it than it talked about cosmic time. Like it talked about time in terms of like, you know, hundreds of thousands of years. So people have been paying attention to this stuff for a long time. Like I'm sure many of you guys know about Graham Hancock and all of his stories about the ancient civilizations getting struck by a meteor, then rising back up again. I mean, Josh, you could relate that to the Nephilim as well, where you would have these creatures these giants that would be born of earth women to these fallen angels, but then they create a destructive society that has to be wiped away. So it's very interesting to look at all the different interpretations people have of these ancient civilizations and what they constituted. So I know, John, this is also what we actually met under. For those who don't know, John is my dear friend. I've known him for pretty much forever now, and we met at a Graham Hancock event at the National Arts Club that I am currently the chair of the Art and Technology Committee at. So this has been something that united us and fascinated us. So actually, why don't you start, John? Like, what do you still have a fascination with these ancient civilizations, and what's your take on it?
Oh yeah, for sure, and I appreciate that, Lev. You're a great friend too. It's good to be in the chat. Yeah, I mean, I'm as far as UFOs go, I know way earlier in the chat we were talking about Jung and sort of the archetype of the UFO as part of the human experience, but I am pretty fascinated with the idea of UFOs pre-World War II, you know, because I think so much of our conception of the UFO phenomena comes from the 20th century and after.
Post Roswell, I think. Is there like a
post Roswell?
Yeah, there's like the Roswell event, and then after that,
that's an even better benchmark.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think that, you know, I wasn't around to see it, but as far as human beings have been around, there's been an interest and perhaps an obsession with what is beyond human life. And what interests me most about that is sort of the similarity between so many different ancient cultures in reaching toward the cosmic, and just how little we really understand about that now. You know, perhaps certain information or ways to deduce that information has been lost through the millennia, but I think that there is certainly a global similarity in early human cultures and the fascination with celestial bodies and the unknown, and the overlap between the two. I'm not sure. You know, I don't know how early civilizations perceived of something like outer space versus just the other side of the earth, you know, something which is within reach to us now. But I think these questions still resonate today. So I don't know necessarily how to begin the conversation, but
well, we had a comment from Alex. Grav has the patience of a saint, and I agree. And I'm curious about your take on this, and also what you think of the Book of Enoch in relation to it.
I mean, the Book of Enoch is an interesting book. I think only the Ethiopians have it in their biblical canon. So there's definitely traditions in it. We just don't hold it as necessarily infallible. There might be some mistakes in it. And sort of, since you mentioned kind of like the Nephilim before, sort of another theory of it is, you know, when you kind of mentioned the sons of God and the daughters of men, one that I found interesting was almost these sort of covenant-like bonds that could explain the Nephilim, in which it's essentially a child in the womb who's possessed kind of at conception, and that's why they kind of have like these features that kind of they're like superhuman in that sense, which, you know, that's another interpretation of the, you know, sort of the Genesis line. I think there's kind of like 3 different interpretations, and, you know, they all have their valid points and, you know, kind of questionable points. One thing that John actually mentioned that I wanted to touch on is the idea of sort of UFO sightings pre-World War II. And that's something that I find interesting, kind of World War II, especially with the explosion of aeronautics in the night, like kind of coincide with the appearance and sightings of these UFOs. There is one story, I don't know if anyone's familiar with Magonia. It's kind of got used a lot as for like UFO, like that kind of that research and stuff. But the source text that mentions Magonia, it's in the 10th century. Abelard, Archbishop of Lyon, he wrote a treatise on hail and thunder, when he kind of talks about these weather superstitions that the locals had. And he was called to kind of resolve a dispute. There were 4 people locked up in a cage, 3 men and 1 woman, and the villagers wanted to stone them. And the idea was that they had claimed that they had fallen from one of these ships that came from the clouds. And what these ships would do, they would come from the clouds. Any of the crops that had failed during the year, they would take them up to Magonia to give them to the storm makers. The bishop, of course, kind of like resolved the disputes, and the people didn't get stoned, so that was good. But one thing I found very interesting was any depictions or descriptions of the ships, these aerial ships. They're described and imagined as naval-going vessels that just happen to be in the sky. So they have the masts and everything. And it's really only until the advent of, you know, aeronautics, airplanes, jets, stealth bombers, in which we kind of see these more technological advanced UFOs. And to touch on sort of going back to the idea of sort of the demonic and that idea, also touching on what Jim had mentioned, the idea of creativity, the mark of the divine. You know, that's kind of the Orthodox viewpoint as well, that sort of the mark of being made in the image of God is this ability and desire to create. And kind of the converse of that is the idea of the demonic, which can't create on its own. It can only pervert, twist. It can only take what already exists and sort of alter that. And that's one of the things that in the, you know, the 10th century in which this happened, I think the event happened in the 900s or something, people have no conception or idea of a plane. When they think of a vessel that can carry people, they think of a ship. And so that's what they see. If we, you know, if someone looked in the clouds and saw like a seagoing vessel or, you know, kind of like a cruise liner flying in the sky, it wouldn't make sense. They would say, you know, kind of, how is it staying afloat? What's the propulsion system? It doesn't make sense. The idea of a UFO is a lot more believable. And I think that touches on that idea again, that it takes something that we already know, the aircraft, the, you know, the stealth bomber, and it's twisted in such a way where it's recognizable, but it's different and strange. And, you know, that's sort of the viewpoint on that as well.
So it's kind of like UFOs are like cargo cults to our technology.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, it's kind of, you know, if we see these as like demonic manifestations, they can't create something on their own. They have to take what's already in a basis of human knowledge. And so you can take a stealth bomber, you can take a jet, you can take a plane, and twist it in such a way where it's this aircraft that floats in the sky, and it makes sense to the person that it exists, but it's not familiar. It's strange, it's different, it violates, you know, laws of physics in ways that we can't really understand.
Would you say that art is a similar thing? Because,
art?
Yeah, because with art, we take something and we depict it in the way that we see it, but we usually depict things that we've experienced.
Well, I would say art is an example of that kind of creativity, that's sort of that mark of, being in the image of God, which can also be twisted. And, you have kind of these like really grotesque sort of artworks as well. But you also have, very beautiful, works of art, which extends, not only to, visual art, but writing, music,
but it's an interesting thing.
The whole gambit.
Like you can have an artist like Peter Bruegel, who I'm a really big fan of. He did the Tower of Babel, and you could say that the figures there, they were pretty grotesque. And at the same time, you have overly saccharine art like Thomas Kincaid, which you could say like, oh, it's so wholesome. But no, it's kind of gross. Yeah. It's kind of gross how wholesome it is. So it's a difficult subject, and it kind of goes back to what I was saying before about what are these various influences on creativity as a whole. I mean, there's no way we can solve that, but it is an interesting thing to think about. What's your take on the ancient Egyptians, by the way, as far as like the way that they conceived of the human body as kind of like a microcosm of the universe, as well as having various monuments that depicted, you could say, like parts of the human body, Temple of Luxor being like an entire human body. It's a very interesting thing.
Yeah, I think that speaks to an innate desire to not only understand the human, not only physically, but spiritually as well. You have, the conceptions of, the heart as the place where the soul rests, that kind of thing. But also this sense that mankind, humans were meant for something more. And so you often, kind of look up to the heavens as sort of that inspiration for it. So it's definitely the intersection between that and, kind of the question of, how close or how far are they away? Are they being influenced by something good or bad? But yeah, I just find it interesting the way that the early cultures had, conceptualized themselves in the universe and sort of man's place in it.
Well, that there was something that they held, just like the Zoroastrians, and you could say all of the various, all of those Hermetic philosophies, where you have this Kundalini energy going up, you have the wings spreading out with the caduceus, and you see that in ancient Egyptian art and architecture, and you see that in all kinds of other cultures as well. And it seems like there is this, like we talked about before, an internal system, which I personally don't think it's just there to tease us like some, like some harlot. I think it is something that we could use for the betterment of humanity. But I want to open things up to Matt Bow. I know, Matt Bow, you've dabbled more in like the Aleister Crowley stuff, and you think that he's misunderstood. So I'm curious about your take on Crowley, and if you could expand on that.
Yeah, I wanted to mention there is a Buddhist sutra scripture in 300 AD. It translates to Lotus of the True Law, but in that Lotus scripture, it mentions visitation through deep meditation by aliens, and it just says it nonchalantly. And this came out 300 AD, so it's kind of interesting to see that humans already were contemplating interdimensional interstellar travel, and then how they go about it. I don't think it gives advice other than deep meditation on how to achieve it, but it kind of makes sense that some of this magic stuff are just metaphors for tapping into scientific phenomenon processes, like how an alien Buddha would travel to Earth. And coming into some of the stuff that it said, when you see humans, don't be rude to them because they're ugly to us. So maybe these beings look like, squid people or something, and we look very weird to them. But it mentions like be kind even though they look gross to you. It just has all these like tips for how to deal with other civilizations when you're an alien. Back to Crowley, I don't really know how much he was into space and aliens so much.
He drew Lamb.
That's what I mean. So you have Lamb, and then you have like Alan Parsons Project and all of that, and we watched that one video. So
wait, do you mean Jack Parsons?
Jack Parsons, yeah.
About Graham Parsons.
Sorry. But yeah, I mean, okay, on one hand, he could have been tapping into an alien intelligence with ayahuasca, or did he just make it up in order to hijack the OTO? He could have just been a social engineering hacker. And either way, it's like, interesting to me. I don't know that he actually talked to some demon or something, or did he? Yeah, it's just, but it's definitely something that a lot of people entirely ignore because they think it's pure evil, and there's not like research done into it, because I think you can still get some valuable insight out of that even if you think some bad things were going on.
You know how we did those experiments where you could remote control a cockroach by shining light into its brain? I imagine if, like, in the just totally out there hypothetical that aliens were able to communicate, for lack of a better word, with people, it would be very similarly to the way we've accomplished it with cockroaches by shining light into their brain, as in they would be able to put light in your brain, uh, like as nudges.
I mean, that's kind of goes back to what I was talking about earlier about, you know, kind of people opening up to suggestions and hypnosis and the like. I think it's possible, and, you know, it's been done. It's just, you know, how exactly do you go about it? And of course, everyone's different. You know, some people are more susceptible than others. It's just kind of like bombarding the brain with certain impulses to leave it open to suggestions.
Well, it's kind of like the rise of egoism. If we look at, let's say, the ancient Greeks and the way that they depicted themselves as puppets that were being willed by the passions of the gods.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems like throughout our civilizations, we've gotten away from that puppetry, or rather, we've gotten away from the assumption that we're puppets and more into the assumption that we are these individuals, but still the most individualistic individual, I think, is still being piloted by some tendencies. And I guess the quest here is, which tendency do you get puppeted by so as to grow and become a responsible master? Because I don't think the be-all, end-all is just being a puppet of something else, no matter how good it is. Like, I still think that it's worth living in this world to try to assume some control and be, I mean, that's kind of like what a parent is about, right? Like, being a parent, and I am not a parent yet. I would love to become one very soon. I would love to, have a family. And being a parent, it just seems like a microcosm of that, where you have responsibilities for your kids. You have to take care of them. You have to feed them, clothe them. And it is kind of like a teaching mechanism. Same thing with marriage. This duality, this meeting of these polar opposites, in this harmonious union. It all seems like these are, teaching methods.
It seems it all comes back to desire. A really abstract thought I'm having is sort of the alien phenomenon. Like Lev, you mentioned the Egyptians and how the body is the extension of the cosmos. So, for example, how Isis gave birth to was it Set, where it's like it's like the gods having sex with each other and all that. Because it seems to me that there's some deep-seated psychological eroticism going on in some ways that posits the danger to all of these things. Now we have the Crowleyan aspect with the aliens and sex magic. We have the Egyptians. Creation comes through the act itself. We have you mentioned there's certain tantric practices within the Flower Garland Sutras in Vajrayana Buddhism and so forth. It seems that even the alien experience itself, a lot of the way it gets described is a violation, is a taboo. It's there's some type of like libidinal energy there that posits the danger of the alien abduction itself. And I find that fascinating in a way that, but again, the problem I think is that when you reduce it down to something like a sexual persona, I think that's the problem when you're trying to, you're taking one interpretation and you're making the be all and end all. And that's the problem with Freudianism. That's the problem with a lot of these things. But there is something there that uniquely ties this erotic impulse that is dangerous, that is mysterious, that is Gothic, because the Gothic comes from the outside. It is Xenogothic. So shout out to Xenogothic on Twitter. There's something there that is very alien to us in the literal sense, that is deeply tied with the very foundations of our being. And one of that is the sexual aspect, another is the spiritual aspect. And I think it's very interesting when you talk about how the alien phenomenon fits into this, because I remember listening to, I think it was the great researcher John Anthony West. This isn't my point. This is his. I think it was Joe. Of course, everything comes back to Joe Rogan, right? He said something very fascinating about the ancient aliens thing. He said that just as the scientific materialists, the Richard Dawkins, the Lawrence Krauss types, just as they rob humanity of its creativity and its potentiality by saying that we are nothing but matter, he said that the ancient alien people, the danger is that they too rob humanity of uniqueness and creativity by saying, well, early humanity, they couldn't have come up with that. It's all fucking aliens, right? I think that's an interesting point, because when you have these forces that violate but also strengthen our humanity itself, you're playing with a lot of very interesting and very mysterious things that we're in some ways ancient man had a connection to, but yet we have somehow lost. And I don't know. I'm rambling at this point. It's kind of
no. You have the greatest rambles of the entire world. And
but remember, this is the problem with the ancient aliens thing, is that to just say that we couldn't have done it, it was all aliens. I think the deeper thing would be that yes, maybe the aliens are observing us, but maybe, because think of it, all great cataclysms tend to couple with an extraterrestrial event. The Black Plague has manuscripts. There's an Albrecht Dürer woodcut of the Black Death with an alien in the, you know what I mean? Like when the advent of nuclear proliferation, that was the great height of the UFO boom in the 50s. It seems that the aliens come when we almost need them the most in some crazy way. So I'll stop right there. That's
like when they activated and then deactivated nuclear warheads in Russia. Yeah, that's the kind of thing that I'm definitely I was trying to listen out for people to start bringing up, like alien interface with technology and like the theories of government interface, so, like our technology could be as a result of some hidden alliance.
The government doesn't the government recruit super empaths who are like kind of a form of psychic?
Yeah.
Operation
Stargate.
Government spends a lot of money on a lot of.
Do you happen to know any of them?
I mean, they haven't recruited me, but I love what Gio brought up with desire. I love this word desire, and I feel it's a key. And I think a lot of people are very confused about desire. So the origin of the word desire really means of the stars. We are talking about so much about the stars. And then, we can talk about the egoic direction of desire. And oftentimes people hear the word desire and they instantly think sex, but desire is a particular frequency, a particular vibration that can lead us into all kinds of discovery, and especially into creation. And that can be a sexual creation, of course, but it can be anything that wants to come from spirit to form. But if we have even the view that we have to transcend desire that comes from the East, can push the energy away when we actually need it to call in creation into form, spirit into form. So I love that you kind of picked that up and played with it a bit, this energy of desire. And I'm just also loving the thread that's coming through, that's linking spiritual awareness, that when you reach a certain aspect of awakening or connection inside your body, you can connect to what we call alien. And I love how we seeing alien in a very different way. And I think almost the word alien isn't helping in this moment, because what I'm hearing is that these people are maybe so let me give you an image that I had when I was called to come speak here, and I can feel my brain's falling asleep, so I might leave soon.
And don't forget to subscribe while you're looking for the image. Don't forget to subscribe, everybody, all 23 people who are watching this. We have 358 subscribers, and by the way, we have risen so much over this past week with these live streams. I just want to say I love each and every one of you, regardless of whether we agree on whatever religious stuff. It doesn't matter to me. Like, we're all here for this journey together. We all have a lot to learn. So thank you. Like, God bless each and every one of you guys. You guys are amazing. And we have to get by the end of this, we have to get 360.
Can I just finish what I was going to say there?
Go for it.
Thanks. I mean, different religion is amazing because I feel in my own way, we all find our own path back to God. It's such a personal, intimate, private event, isn't it? Sacred event to find your way back into the divine. And I think we all, even if you call yourself, whatever you call yourself, Mormon or something, you have your own private moment in that meeting. But imagine that for a moment, this existence is, like Einstein said, energy. That's all it is. And then imagine in that energy, there's some beings like us who need to learn some stuff because we're so freaking powerful that like we could take like a few thoughts or feelings and we could like annihilate a galaxy. So they say, no, you guys, you're being a bit childish and you've got to work some stuff out. So you're going into the physical plane. Like you got to go to the physical plane where you can have huge temper tantrums, and all that happens is you smash a frigging glass. That's it. That's the causality of your tantrum. And so we come to Earth and we do all kinds of crazy stuff. We go to war. We go nuts. We do whatever. We forget who we are. But slowly we start to evolve, and a lot of us are sensing that maybe we're evolving right now, right? And maybe we evolve back to where John was speaking about, where they spoke of heavenly bodies. And like they looked at the heaven and they saw body and they felt bodies. It's like a great sensitivity. Maybe we come back to that sensitivity. And maybe we start finding doorways where we can start to enter these spiritual realms again. And then we're going to start seeing beings we've never seen before. We're going to see stuff we've never ever seen. We're going to have all kinds of names for it, like maybe evil and blah, blah, or maybe amazing and beautiful, or maybe angels, it varies, And it's part of our evolution. And as we align back to our true nature, which isn't aligned to the egoic self, which is about separation and about serving itself, feeding itself. It's so empty. It just must feed itself all the time, or whatever, something like that. But when we move back into the alignment of the true nature, maybe some of these doorways start to open. And that's why some people, like some people in this thread have mentioned, might meet an alien, but it'll be like a spiritual experience, like Josh and Gio said when they first came in. It's more like a spiritual experience. So, but that's because we're evolving to a place where we can step through the doorways and see these beings. But NASA might never see them, and we might think they're lying, but they can't see them because you can't see them with physical instruments, because that's not the direction to look at. And I just, I love that Matt brought that verse in. I'd love to get that from you, Matt. It's amazing. So I just wanted to
Shima,
bring
when
that
you were
visit.
talking about Eastern influences or like Eastern perspectives, do you have any idea of like a one world culture, a one world government, and do you think that's something that's desirable? Like, are you familiar with Yuval Noah Harari? He thinks that either the world is going to turn into a bunch of competing strongholds, or like a one world, like almost imperial government. But I think that's a false dichotomy. But I was wondering if you imagine peace and harmony, what do you think needs to happen for that to be realized?
Well, you can look at it from different directions. From the physical view, there's been a movement on the planet for some time now. So like in the 18th century and so forth, we were more tribal. There was a lot of tribes, a lot of different little tribes, and they often had fights, and maybe they were friendly and so forth, but there are a lot of tribes. And then this movement came in that, like in Scottish Highlands and all over the world, the tribes started getting destroyed. We had mass colonization where literally hundreds of millions of people were slaughtered on the planet by the major religions of the time. So we had this movement away from tribalism to the state, and the state appeared. You had governments and so forth. And then there was opposition to that, and there were world wars about that. I mean, even the World War, like Germany, the Second World War and so forth, was like, you could say Hitler was more tribalistic. He wanted a kind of tribal German view, and you can go into what he wanted, but he did really love that. But it wasn't really accepted at all. And so some of these world wars were about really bringing state into the world. And then from state, we've moved to, and even before that, with the United States, you united, how many states are there? 52? United, like all these, they could have been like all these little countries.
No.
Wait, Exxon, wait. Let her. You'll get to speak. Just let her finish.
So you had all these united states, and in Europe they've united countries, and it feels like there is like a physical movement on the planet that is even in that sphere of things is trying to move to some kind of unity. And
so I noticed on your banner photo. I noticed on your banner photo on Twitter, you're naked with, is it 2 other men?
To me?
Yeah, on your Twitter.
Oh, in that pond.
Mm-hmm. So I'm just making an assumption, but because I was a polyamorous, so I dated multiple people at the same time, and something I learned after being a serial monogamist is that the more people that are in a relationship, the more complex it becomes. It's hard to scale. And I think a big problem with a lot of these utopians who want a global unity in the form of a one world government is they don't understand the science of scale, like in how complexity and chaos theory goes into that. So a socialist society of 8 million people or 20 million people or 300 million people or 8 billion people, like fundamentally don't behave the same way. And you can break that down to how quantum mechanics tells us how things behave fundamentally different when you start getting really, 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 really small. Now, you don't need quantum mechanics to understand how scale affects the complexity of societies of different sizes. And this is why we need localism. That's not nationalism. That's not competing strongholds. If you think of nations as quench points and nodes in a global network, and you have free trade among them, you don't need a monoculture. You don't need unity in that perfect sense that I think some people who love this Plato's theory of forms or the idea of the perfect society, right? I think there's 2 different types of noble lies, right? Like in Batman, The Dark Knight, his noble lie was he let everyone think he was the bad guy to not mess with the tulpa of Harvey Dent. As in, Harvey Dent was a revered politician, and so Batman took the blame as being like the boogeyman, right? To not mess with people's like spiritual role model. And then there's the noble lie of what the WHO might think is like, we don't trust people to behave. Or when people think about why would the government conceal information from us? Because people might panic. So our noble lie is we don't trust people's reaction and behavior. So we're going to lie to them in a way so we can nudge them in the direction we want. Is not a noble lie, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, people get ruled because they can't rule themselves. People don't know how to be sovereign.
Right. If we get conquered, we lose. Yeah, if we get conquered, we lose.
Self-responsibility, we will need governments to rule us. And then we'll fight them and go how terrible they are and all of that. But because we're just too lazy really to be sovereign ourselves. And that picture, wow, I don't know why you brought it in.
But also people can condition people to be less sovereign. We can
exactly.
So like, Plato would talk about role models. So Plato would talk about how role models work. How if you wanted to design a society, you pick the people you want everyone to mimic. So if you just pick really young, dysfunctional people, right, you will make that contagious. And then you'll say, look, these people can't even govern themselves. They need us to be their sovereign.
Amen, brother.
The NPC normies.
No, I'm just talking about people today governing their lives.
There's a concept of the, like, okay, back to that concept of like kind of homogenization. No, there's that there's the term like among like kind of like dissident right circles, they call it global homo, right?
Oh,
yeah. But the thing is, I mean, it's kind of true in how
dropping the red pills.
No. But in short, it's become this like much more like homophobic term or recognition of that. But besides that, the thing is, you know, it was supposed to be short for global homogenization, and you already do kind of see this happening in terms of I think more of like I wouldn't say it's because of we're falling under under one type of government. There's always these huge spheres. So in the respect of the United States, United Kingdom, English speaking countries, or countries that were part of the Commonwealth, we consider them part of the Anglosphere. And you look at how much America has. I mean, I want to say, it is America, but in terms of like the English language and how prevalent it is throughout the world. I mean, sure, there's more Mandarin speakers on the planet more than anyone, but that's just in China and Singapore and some other select countries. But everyone else, they're communicating with each other in English, and so there is something going on with that. I would say that's kind of like a cross pollination, but outside of that, some other people could also argue we already live under a one world government. It's just that it's a one world government without a head. It's more like a hydra,
Well, this is like the Huntington thesis, right? That there's
it's falling apart.
Yeah, but I guess Shima's point.
Wait, Jules, Gio, what's the Huntington thesis?
Oh, Samuel P. Huntington, where he like BTFOs Fukuyama. Well, in the 90s, when the Soviet Union collapsed, we all thought that the end of history was going to come, and that there was going to be no more development. We're all going to usher in like global liberalism. Samuel P. Huntington came along and he said that really the world power is no longer unipolar. It will collapse into a multipolar dimensional plane where there will be competing interests, competing civilizations. Of course, this is not a new idea. You could talk about Spangler, you could talk about Tomby and so forth, right? But basically, he was right when the towers fell, and now we had Jihad versus McWorld and so forth. So that's Samuel P. Huntington. He's still relevant in terms of how the unipolar world order under global liberalism is now starting to be called into question. But I think, to add to Shima's point, I think that we have to define what we mean by planetary order. Now, there could be perhaps a cross-pollination of cultures that is productive, that is mutually beneficial. But when we have the incredible political flattening of cultures, we have the utter neo-colonialism of the modern world telling various diverse peoples that their way of life should be more like us, like in the West, because really globalization is Americanization, right, of culture.
Yeah. McDonald'sization, that's another term.
But it wouldn't work.
Exactly, McWorld, yes. But that's the thing, right? Because when we talk about globalism, now I am not against regionalism or orders that are move beyond the nation state, because I think as a Catholic, and I'm sure Gravantis as an Orthodox would agree, that some form of a system that is transnational, perhaps monarchical, would be ideal if it could connect common humanity with a spiritual purpose. Because right now the nation state and that's slowly eroding into being corporatocracy that is no longer serving humanity. I think the problem itself is not globalism versus nationalism. It's the type of globalism that you want. That's you know what I mean. Like at the end of the day, there will be regional powers, there will be global powers, but it's just the type of elites and the type of system that we have either is going to be degenerative and materialistic and debaucherous, or will it serve a greater spiritual purpose in humanity? And I think that's probably a problem with the right wing as well, is that you say nationalism, but nationalism itself is a recent invention. If you read the one book by Bernard Anderson, Imagined Communities, nationalism is an invention of print capital and cultures coming together under common languages and so forth. So nationalism, I think, but nationalism is a course for people who don't want globalism, because right now we live under degenerative globalism. And who knows, to bring it back to the main topic, who knows if an alien event where governments finally realize that, yes, maybe there is something to the UFO phenomenon, how would that transform society if we had solid proof that the extraterrestrial phenomenon is happening? People say that, religion's going to be over with, man, and that's going to... No, I think religion will become strengthened by it.
Mm.
I don't believe that religion will go away just because we know that aliens exist. I think that's a very Reddit response to it, in my opinion. So yeah, I'm gonna shut up right now.
Well, if we're gonna bring this back to the alien UFO theme of it all, I kind of want to bring it back to what I was talking about before, in that there's a new documentary on Netflix called Hangar One. I suggest people watch it. For the most part, it's pretty good. And it kind of like goes a lot deeper into a lot of these conspiratorial things about government interaction with extraterrestrial life forms. And one of the biggest questions that it brings to me, and I'm curious about everybody on this panel, is if in fact there has been some sort of alliance between extraterrestrial beings, whether they be extra-dimensional or I can't think of the word. Oh my god.
Interdimensional.
Interdimensional. Yes, thank you.
Intergalactic planetary.
What if David Icke was right? What about that?
We have reports over. There were presidents in American history who have reported having alien encounters, right? So, and then there are other presidents wherein they were actively trying to seek out information and were even told on certain occasions, like, you're not need to know. So it's like, number one, if there is a connection between these alien type species and us, how much has that interfaced with our technology? And does that have to do with the reason our advancement has surpassed our morality? And if so, how will the people of the world, not just America, but globally, how would people globally react if we sold out our morality for smartphones and smart TVs?
Didn't we already do that?
I think there's ambition for a perfect state. And I think that is one of the big reasons why they wouldn't disclose this kind of stuff, because instead they would rather pose the aliens like they did in The Watchmen. It's not very convenient that the aliens are trying to be like, hey guys, you're actually not optimizing the system. Like if you look at Tesla Tech and how you could like crush all the prices, the people who are on the top of the totem pole would lose their power. And that's the reason why decentralization is, I think, a better end game than like some kind of Thanos end game where you have some kind of psychotic Malthusian solution, because you're basically saying, look at the billion people in Africa, they're starving to death. So why don't we depopulate them? Why don't we sterilize them? Like I would talk with one of Bill Gates' like big propagandists, Darwin Metzger. He owns Phantom Firm, and he'd be like, "Yeah, Bill Gates pays me for like population control propaganda in Africa." And I was like, maybe you should focus on problems in America. But here's the thing: nationalism doesn't have to be the word everybody uses. I think localism is really what you need to focus on. Right? Forget nationalism. It's a tainted word with negative connotation, and it does sometimes like misfire and promote xenophobia, which is not what we want. We're not xenophobic. Like I love everybody.
I'm not gonna let
right?
I'm not gonna let
I love getting along with everybody.
I'm a territorialist.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I do. Yeah.
In that case, I'm a territorialist, but I just have let's touch base though. What we know with the whole UFO question is that there are military veterans, like guys in the Air Force, guys that that were flying fighter jets. They have disclosed, they've been on the record saying, okay, we have these UFO sightings. For the record, I've never never in my military service have I ever seen something. Let's say let's put it this way. An extraterrestrial experience. I've seen helicopters, I've seen big planes, I've been on planes, but just that it's really interesting to see, brass, like 4-star generals coming out and saying, yes, we do have like secret UFO departments. Like every time we have these interactions with these things, we can't really identify, but they say,
also,
but
I'm sorry.
You got to roll out the Tesla Tech. And I think that's really how you.
What about the OG Tesla Tech, the Nikola Tesla Tech? If we're talking
that's
about,
what I'm talking about the OG Tesla.
Oh, the OG.
Tech.
Okay,
the OG Tesla Tech.
Yeah,
well, what's really curious to me is the president. What determines whether or not an active sitting president is has the ability to get this disclosure information or gain that level of clearance? Like, what separates, what separated Bill Clinton from people who were able to, who, they flat out told him, like, you are not need to know. Like,
Apathy.
why?
I think
why
it's.
him?
I think it's the mainstream media.
Why?
And its effect on apathy.
Wait, but what would the mainstream media have to do with a government agency offering clearance to a president? Like, why? I'm not sure I understand what you're saying.
Well, I think a lot of viral campaigns, like if you look at Greta Thunberg and like the things that they do kind of pump, I don't know how all that sync works, but I imagine if the sync doesn't line up, you're going to have a lot more trouble going through the legal bureaucratic system for full disclosure. Then if you have people like all kind of like hyper focused, like the velociraptors in Jurassic Park, kind of just like figuring stuff out, like looking around it, then suddenly it'd be very hard to not disclose.
Well, I mean, that I don't necessarily agree, only because like a lot of these active presidents who were denied security clearance were the most vocal about wanting to participate in UFO studies. So I don't necessarily think that has anything to do with it.
Well, maybe Jules means like the political pressures of like an active president wanting to discover more information. They would say that the media would say he's crazy or something.
Imagine the stressors of like saying things online that you get from your parents. Like my parents are not the biggest fan of my social media. They wanted all my social media down years ago. Okay, I'm just a kid hanging out. I'm not even a kid anymore. Hanging out in my cave, right? I'm just chilling, right? Yeah. Imagine you're a president. I imagine the social pressures are not just coming from your mom and dad.
How about this take? What if an official comes out, let's say the president, someone high up as the president of the United States, say, okay, I guess we're not alone. I would like to confirm that yes, we have these extraterrestrial flying objects that we've interacted with, but we have no idea what the fuck they are. Like, what would the effect would that be, you think?
Well, that's the thing. Like, if they're protecting people from like the full realization, I don't know. I don't think that's true anywhere, because everyone knows about aliens. Everyone has like this fascination. I think maybe it was true in the 50s, but not now, right? I don't know. What does QAnon say about it?
Well, you talk about the push towards a homogenous world where a unit, where one person or one entity is in charge of the global population, and what would make people come together despite cultural differences, despite whatever in their histories.
That's another point.
Guys, we have to unite because we have this alien threat.
There's people that say that they have the technology now to project images in the sky that they could fake an alien invasion.
Project Bluebeam.
Yeah, Project Bluebeam. It would be like War of the Worlds, but real, right? Like in terms of them trying to fake it, that they could like do this as like a mass psyop. But then I personally think it wouldn't be that elaborate, because psyops happen every day. It's not that difficult to spread misinformation. There's even people within the
false flags. We've done all sorts of false flags, and for the government to implement things it's had planned for a long time, right? So I think that's a big problem, where it'd be better to not have a deep state like that.
But that's the thing.
Like, even if they're looking out for our best interests or whatever.
Right, but I think a problem would be me being like a total conspiracy theorist myself. I think that it's a legitimate point, but perhaps maybe it's not so much a grand power move of a single coherent unit. There are elites and counter elites. I think that perhaps maybe it's a discourse that people follow, but they have to follow through on it in sort of our modern understanding of politics. It's not so much a coordinated effort, because elites fight with each other all the time, but perhaps there's a discursive phenomenon going on that isn't merely like a basic bitch conspiracy theory, that it's like all these people, who knows, right? Maybe they do have satanic pedophilic rituals, and the aliens get involved in
Well,
that.
I mean,
like,
they definitely have satanic
pedophilic
like
rituals. Even
That's
Alex Jones talks about like, well,
come on, let's not be ridiculous. Let's not be
yeah,
ridiculous.
well, even like Alex Jones talks about how they do DMT and they see the aliens.
Came
All
out
right,
with
guys.
the
Okay,
CIA.
let's go back. Okay, we're already getting into this zone of talk. I just wanted to avoid. I just wanted to bring up. I mean, I wanted to get into the technical aspects of everything, including why a lot of fighter jet pilots are coming out and saying they can confirm UFOs. I mean, UFOs or UAPs. That's the more proper nomenclature.
No, but even normal people, like, did you?
Yeah, I just
did
heard
you ever hear
Hillary
about
Clinton say that.
Well, even the one
Podesta,
about
all those emails,
And Podesta is he loves the UFOs, right? Zach was telling me he knows someone that works for Podesta, and it's just like everyone knows he's a hardcore believer in the UFOs.
Yeah,
the UFOs are pedophiles.
But it seems like why?
Moldbug says all of this drama is basically a debate about 11-year-olds.
What?
11.
Okay.
Maybe.
Maybe 11-year-olds that are getting
I think if you watch Code Geass,
Oh, I love Code Geass.
It's and then you listen to Moldbug say that like this whole all this bullshit is just a debate about 11-year-olds. I think people can elevate conversation and figure out what the hell people are talking about.
Well, consider the conversation. We've been talking for 4 hours, and not one person here has met an alien or come across an alien ship, but we've got a lot to say about it, and actually we know nothing.
Yeah, we do know nothing. No,
human beings do that all the time.
I only know that I exist. All I know is that I exist. We all know that we exist. So we can start there and then build upon uncertain. We can use uncertainty, right? Science is a tool to navigate uncertainty, but we all know we exist. So we can, and even though certainty is overrated, certainty is an emotional feeling, right? So you can enjoy the emotional feeling of certainty while knowing you're uncertain.
Well, maybe we don't exist. Maybe we are a simulation.
Oh, by the way, I want to do a shout out to Elijah Esoterica.
Have you ever?
No, certainty is an emotional feeling. It's not.
Have you ever swum in the ocean?
Absolutely.
Are you certain about that?
According to my language, I would say so, but I could also enjoy a philosophical debate.
Is it an emotional feeling?
Well, maybe my brain is in a vat. Maybe I live in the Matrix, right? So if I'm epistemologically,
but let me say something about this point about the.
I have to accept that it is more of an emotional feeling. Maybe I live in Vanilla Sky, right? Maybe this is Vanilla Sky, right? I don't know, right?
But what's funny is that the thing, like, to bring it back to maybe like a crazy point. I mean, oh God, tonight's been full of crazy points.
Crazy
I think
point
that
here.
you can only establish. We all know this. You don't have to read R.D. Lang to know that you can establish subjectivity through the other, right? I mean, this is very like French, very continental theorist, but hear me out. Okay. I had this dream once where I was like a kid, right? And the case of the 5 pilots that went over the Bermuda Triangle, they disappeared completely. And there's a theory, it's like, the aliens got them and all that. I had this dream once where I was on an alien ship. I was abducted. It was all silvery. And there was skeleton figures in those like World War II pilot suits. And the aliens pointed to them. And I said to the aliens, I said, they're dead. But they didn't know what I was saying. I remember this. I was 7 years old. I had this dream. Maybe because I watched one of these documentaries, right, about the Bermuda Triangle that scared the hell out of me, right? But I'm thinking, to bring a coherent point to my dream, what if the aliens themselves do not have a coherent conception of what death is the way that we do, right? Because think of it, if they somehow could live an extended period of time relative to us, through technology or through their biological evolution or so forth, what would that mean to have entities that do not experience death the way that humanity has this anxiety about being docile, being towards death? Because think of it, we can only know ourselves by the other, by our social networks of people around us. So what if an alien event happened where humanity experiences that, where we come to know extraterrestrial beings? What would that say about our own subjectivity and how we experience existence as such? I mean, we can't know, right? By definition, this is like crazy out there David Icke. Yeah. But it's true. I think the reason why we're so fascinated by these questions is because what if we did have an entity that could view us objectively? We can't get outside of humanity. I mean, we can know God, we can love the grace of God, but at the end of the day, when it comes to interpersonal relationships, we just know the human. I mean, there's some philosophers in object-oriented ontology that think that we can know the animal and animality, and we can know the transhuman and so forth. But at the end of the day, we're still stuck within human subjectivity. What if the aliens are beyond supra-subjectivity because they do not experience things like death or even longing or pain or so forth, things that make us human? I mean, this is like a total crazy out there point. I didn't eat dinner, so maybe it's my blood sugar is going all crazy.
Yeah, I haven't eaten, so
we haven't heard from
more
Gravantis or Saturn.
elevation.
Yeah, Gravantis and Saturnalia. We haven't heard from them in a while. I'm, yeah. Sorry to put you on the spot, but I'm curious, you know.
Oh, and before that, I want to do a shout out to Elijah Esoterica for saying, "Uh-oh, stinky." I'm a big fan of Le Monkey. In case anybody seen that knows what I'm talking about, look it up. Le Monkey.
Le Monkey.
Le Monkey, but with an E at the end, not an EY.
Where's Ghislaine Maxwell right now?
Yeah, where is she?
In the foundation of some new building. In
I don't even know who that is.
Did you just ask
Does she even exist? Does she even exist? Has she ever swam in the ocean?
That's just a weird person to bring up. I was curious.
I'm just being random.
Anyway, Gio,
in the light of like Clinton and Podesta, I just wondered why you would bring up Ghislaine Maxwell. Yeah, that's curious.
Well, they don't know each other.
I don't know. I was just gonna say I'm not the biggest fan of.
We're talking about government's control of information. That's why I brought her up, because we're talking about government control on information.
Okay, I was just trying to connect it to my brain.
Saturnalia.
Well, I was gonna say I'm not the biggest fan of object-oriented ontology, but
yeah, me neither. No, go ahead, please. I want to know. I want to wait to BTFO them, please. How would you? Yeah,
Ooh, I don't know, dude. I couldn't make it. I couldn't even make it through. I forget the title, the one with the blue cover. I couldn't make it through, but I was the part
Graham
about
Harman,
the part about aliens having no sense of being towards death is very, very interesting to me, because people so often compare the contactee or the abductee experience with, you know, like the psychedelic experience, which is like DMT or LSD or psilocybin. The concept of ego death within those things is like I don't know. I mean, people describe those things with such close proximity to the alien experience that.
Yeah, I can definitely speak on the ego death thing for certainty. So I'm glad that you brought that up.
Yeah.
Well, it kind of reminds me of Flatland. I don't know if you guys ever saw the documentary. Where they had those little Pac-Man-like people living on a flat dimension, and then you had a 3D person come in there, and they were scared to death of what exactly this being was. So, it is interesting to think about our limitations.
Yeah, like seeing Mars or a satellite you can't land on or make contact with or something.
Well, also what I'm curious about from Josh is in Seraphim Rose's take, there's going to be this world religion. And we were talking before about world government. What is your take on what this world religion would possibly be? And do you see any connection to, let's say, the prophecies about the mark of the beast and so on? Like, just what your take about that is?
Yeah, I mean, I think it kind of goes along with the talk of like a singular government as well. Kind of an orthodox kind of political theory that has been around, I think, since like the Byzantine Empire was the idea of like symphonia, in which the government and the church, they're separate entities, but they sort of work in tandem with one another. The government has its role and the church has its role, sort of the earthly and the spiritual, and they come together in that manner. And I think it's going to be the same way, this sort of almost like perennialist movement and religion. I think we see kind of like trends in the same way, where it's an emphasis on similarities, where it's just this vagueness of like a spiritual entity, a spiritual power or something that cuts out any like specifics from any one particular tradition, or even, I guess, like the Roman pagan religion, in which they were very willing and able to adopt the gods, you know, foreign gods. Once they conquered a place, they adopted them, and they, you know, Astarte, that's, you know, Venus, and it was this mishmash of everything together. That's why the cults of Isis were so popular through the Roman Empire, not just situated in Egypt as well. But
but by the way, sorry to cut you off.
Could
you make an argument that some of those gods were not so much mishmashed as they were reintroduced, because even long before then they were the same gods, where they all came from the same people who worshipped similar things, then they kind of like got lost along the way, and then they reunited?
Oh, I mean, I think it's possible. I think, you know, these
like you have this idea of like with the Anunnaki, you have Enlil, who's supposed to be like Zeus, and you know, all that stuff.
Yeah, I kind of prefer to stay away from the like comparative religions and like theology, just because I think it kind of plasters over significant differences between the cultures, and that's what I find interesting. Sort of, you know, even in the Greek fascination, you know, how they saw Ares versus how Rome saw Mars, it was very very different.
What was the difference, out of curiosity? I don't know that much about Ares and Mars.
One of the things in Sparta, for example, Ares, he was depicted in a statue form bound in chains. This idea that sort of this capturing of this war aspect, as compared to Rome, it was very romanticized, the idea of the Roman soldier, especially with his interplay with Venus. It was very romantic, where if you look at more of the Greek myths, Ares is kind of portrayed as more of a fool, as compared to Athena, who was more like the goddess of war, of wisdom. Ares was more like kind of this bloodshed, without too much thought into it, as compared to Rome, which was like the complete opposite. And that's kind of the thing that I find interesting. But yeah.
That's cool.
Josh, can I ask you a question real fast?
Yeah.
So as I understand it, there's kind of, and I'm not a theologian, there's kind of two perennialisms. There's this old idea that there's a sort of root faith, or a root conception of cosmology or cosmogony, which links ancient tradition. But then there's also a sort of new perennialism, sort of like a Huxleyite, like almost like a UN or CIA sort of like a conception of the religion of the future. No. So do you have like an opinion on that? Because I'm not super well.
I would say that it's more, the latter is probably the one that's more likely, just because we kind of see this, the World Council of Religions, this kind of thing. The statements they put out, they're very cookie cutter, like, here's a simple state of beliefs of what we all believe and agree on, but there's like no real discussion on the differences or anything, and there's not really an attempt to discuss the differences. And that's kind of where I see it headed, this emphasis on, because ultimately I think that even if the society at large today, it isn't very religious, I think we see a trend towards more superstition and this need for spirituality. Like superstition is like out of control. Like even if you're nominally atheist or whatnot, there's still these like superstition. I mean, even when we talk about like the belief in aliens and whatnot, I think that's just taking the spiritual phenomenon and putting it in terms of more scientific perspective, because that's just the way we see the world today. And, you know, of course, I don't know like sort of the ins and out of where everything's going to go. I don't think anyone really knows, but I see that more, especially in trends like transhumanism and the like, this blending of technology in sort of a more spiritual aspect. It's no longer that these are tools just to achieve sort of a dominance on Earth. It's, you know, we're going to transcend the human being with these technology, whether it's, you know, replacing the body and the flesh, or, you know, these attempts to sort of upload a consciousness to a computer or something.
Well,
or
Jules,
do a ship of Theseus transition, right? If you're familiar with the ship of Theseus, right? You know, over time, if I have a car from 1980 and now it's 2020, and over the course of years, many years, I've like individually replaced each part. Is it the same car? And if you look at the human body, we're constantly regenerating cells. Like cells are dying in our body and then new cells are forming. Like our body is not made up of any of our original cells from when we were born. So if you take that reality into account, you couple it with the philosophical thought experiment of the ship of Theseus, and then you look at the phenomenon of neuroplasticity and some of these things we're starting to uncover, I could see a more desirable form of extreme longevity that's not like the prestige where you don't know, you know, who is getting lights out and who is continuing onward, right? I feel like if you're doing a mind upload, it's like that experiment when you go to Mars and you're in the teleportation device and then you hit the button to go to Mars, and then once you're at Mars, you're like confronted with a door that you're not allowed to basically continue living until you push a button that exterminates the version of you on Earth, which then is like, well, wait a second, like, who am I, right? So I think the mind uploading might be kind of like having a statue or kind of just like a kind of vanity thing. I don't think that's real extreme longevity. I think you would need to do the ship of Theseus.
I mean, I would just say it goes back to, you know, the human condition, this ultimately this fear of death, this idea that, you know, since time immemorial, there's the question of, you know, how does man escape death? You look back in, you know, the original Epic of Gilgamesh, the question of, you know, how do I achieve immortality? You know, and I would say that this is kind of where Christianity was definitely a paradigm shift in the idea that God would take the form of a man and not just take the form of, just not become man, but die as a man as well. And in doing so, sort of opening up death up into the heavens as well. But I think this is just another way, now that we have technology as a way to try to escape death. I mean, I think it was just a couple years ago, one of the Rockefellers who was, I don't know, he was 112 or something like that, with on his like 8th heart transplant. And it's just this, you know, this desire to not die, you know, it's sort of like kind of at any expense. And
remember when Biden said we would cure cancer if he won? I just thought that was such a bold thing to say. It's almost like there's things off the menu or something. Like, how many times has Ginsburg survived cancer?
Oh yeah.
Oh, I mean, I think that's more than evident, especially when we look at, you know, survival rates when you talk about like upper echelons versus lower. And I think that, like, you know, even I had a conversation with a doctor who basically explained to me that like cancer can't survive in your body without processed sugar. So like we understand more about cancer as far as science and technology and medicine goes than the civilization will grasp. It's like when you think about the fact that the military was using iPhones in the 1980s, like we don't know anything that's available to us right now. We are at the bottom barrel, and we don't even know the names of the people involved. We don't know what groups they work for. We don't know who pays them. We don't know how many countries they work for. We don't know if there's interterrestrial interface in there too. So it's just interesting.
Yeah, I'm actually usually pretty skeptical about this stuff. I do like bringing it up because I like thought experiments and stuff like that. But I could imagine that being a very motivating thing, where if you had, like, you know, scorpion venom is like the most expensive liquid on the planet. It's like millions of dollars. Is it $62 million per gallon? And like we need that stuff for certain new, like, cutting edge medicines. Now, if you were worried about panic, right? Like if the reason why they say we control information on extraterrestrials because we don't want people to panic, right, and uproar. Imagine a scenario, not extraterrestrials, but imagine like you have stuff that's technically on the menu, but so unfathomably expensive that you could never distribute it on scale. And if people were aware of this stuff that's not on the menu for haves and have-nots, like that could compel people towards uproar. Instead of looking at a slow-moving meteor coming towards you and then everyone working together to avert the disaster, figure out how do we accelerate all this stuff, get a rising tide to raise all ships, how do we crush these prices in the market? Like we should be getting rid of the FDA, right? We should really look into Tesla technology and like what are the real ways to crush energy prices? Because there's a lot of ways you can decrease everyone's cost of living, right? Just land tax, right? The fact that we keep increasing our land tax means all our all the landlords and people that own supermarkets or gas stations or whatever, their prices go up and according to that, right? Mm-hmm. The government, when the Boston Tea Party happened, we were being taxed so much less than we are right now, right?
Yeah.
The government is this huge blood-sucking parasite, right? That is draining us of our life, right? And so when people like Bill Gates advocates for the estate tax, like I don't think it's a morality thing. I think it's a nihilism thing because certain people at the top of the food chain can control the coin purses of government. Yeah. Right. And so they know that if the government is taxing everybody and the more taxes the government gets, then they'll be able to do these kind of unilateral moves like they do in China.
Yeah. Well, we all know that Bill Gates is in favor of population control.
Right. Because of this Malthusian problem where they've got this stuff on the menu. Like, yep. Man, if these people who are suffering weren't suffering anymore, we could distribute this stuff if the population wasn't so large. And it's fucking it's a psychotic thing to imagine that I don't even want to believe that's possible.
Shima,
yeah,
I'm curious what I'm curious what Shima thinks of all this as far as world government and population control and all this discussion we've been having.
Yeah, it goes many places, Liv. What's coming up for me, which is a few steps back from where the conversation has gone to, around death, what I'm looking at is that we're really living in the age of information, where if I say you're a genius, it means I'm talking about your mind. It doesn't mean I'm talking about your heart or something like this, and that we place so much emphasis on information. Actually, you can feel there's like a tremendous status about information, who has the best information and so forth. And my practice is more about the body and feeling and energy, because I really want to enter the mystical states. And mental information, no matter how profound it is, and I'm loving what I'm hearing, it's phenomenal, all the information coming through. But I know that the information of the mind, it never accesses me to the mysteries. And my mother died in March. And as she died, because I'm like a really feeling person, I followed her into the spiritual realms. I saw where she went. And it was extraordinary. And I realized why people are so terrified of death on this planet. It's because they can't feel anything. They're not accessing their bodies. They're not feeling the moment. They're not, there's a disconnection, and we call it ego and stuff like this, but it's actually a disconnection from ourselves.
Well, do you have a concern that a world government would create people who would have less of this feeling just by virtue of not being attached to any greater culture than just consumerism and, just some pop culture bread and circus bullshit, for lack of a better word?
I think we're all responsible for ourselves. And so if a world government says, and it has, world religions, world governments have disconnected us from feelings. There's even this conversation around desire is a disconnection from feeling. Desire is a feeling, and they've made set desire like terrible. So we disconnect from desire. You disconnect from the creative force of existence, really. So if we so the world government is maybe less of my interest. I watch trends and stuff, see if I like them. I like that I don't have to get a visa for every country I visit in Europe, so I'm not against the EU. I'm very blasé about it in a way, because I really feel self-responsible. If I want to connect to feeling, that's my responsibility. It's got nothing to do with the government. I'm a
Well,
sovereign
you do
being.
have a bit of responsibility, though, as I think we all do, and let's say in our own little way, much like I have this live stream going, get to persuade people to, let's say in our case, have more sovereignty so they're not going to be controlled by some multinational world government entity. I think we all have the power to be the butterfly that creates an earthquake in that sense.
Certainly, we all come here with what we come here to do, right? But what I'm saying is, if some government said you're not allowed to feel anymore, they could say that as much as they like. I would still be doing my practice,
Unless they're
So
a
I just,
company full
in
of
terms of your
someone.
own
Unless
personal
you're
practice,
Falun Gong and you're in China, in which case you can do your practice. They throw you in the gulag.
Or you're in the USSR and they pump you full of drugs and throw you in the asylum.
That's true.
So you can't feel, right? That's Brave New World. They were pumping people full of soma.
Well, that reminds me of a recent. This might have been a few years
So I
back.
just have a question for you guys, actually, the really religious guys on the forum, or the mainstream religious guys. I wondered if you, in your religion, if you have practices that connect you to your body, not just prayer. Like when in my religion, my mainstream religion, when I grew up, we prayed, and that was the only practice I can remember, and that was connecting to spirit. Do you have practice that connects you to your body and your feelings and things like this?
That would be, I would say, one of the, I guess, differences in Orthodox Christianity as compared to the more rational Christianities, where it's, prayer is mainly just kind of that mental affirmation or something, and the body's kind of forgotten about. There's this emphasis on the soul, but not so much on the body. The Orthodox understanding is that man is composite, soul and body. And so you don't just pray, mentally, you pray with the body as well. In the Divine Liturgy, for example, some churches have pews, but a lot of them you don't. You stand during the entirety of the Divine Liturgy, and that's to keep you attentive. The body is in prayer along with the soul as well, along with prostrations. You have the monks on Mount Athos. They're doing thousands of prostrations daily, and it's subjection of the body to prayer as well. So it's not just a mental affirmation, because it's very, very easy to get into kind of like the rhythm of just mental, but it doesn't really mean anything. It's different when you involve the body as well.
Do you like Kierkegaard?
I do, yeah.
Are you familiar
it's an
with
interesting
this?
thing.
I would agree with that. Yeah.
I actually have a question.
I can read it. The function of prayer is not to influence God, but rather to change the nature of the one who prays.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Kimberly, you had a question.
Yeah. You were talking a little bit before about, I don't know if I want to, I'm definitely misphrasing it when I say it this way, but like the sort of inherent disconnects between like a genius and an emotionally in touch person. My question to you is somebody who leans towards the spiritual and towards the empathic nature of human existence. How much do you believe, or how much do you think emotional intelligence it plays into the role of somebody who is an intellectual genius, if any?
I think different people have different access. So, for example, the genius of Einstein was definitely mystical.
Yeah.
And so I would say that he was deeply a feeling being, to have that access to the mystical. But then you would have another form of genius, maybe like, let's say, a really powerful computer programmer or something like this, who really understands the inside of this world, and not necessarily doesn't have access to the mystical, but potentially is accessing it really through having a very profound mastery of their mind and how to control them, work with the mind to mirror it in the computer programming world. Different type of access.
Yeah. Well, it strikes me as interesting, because I wonder if like the marriage between the relationship between empathic understanding of feelings and people and situational circumstances around you, and the raw intellect of like mathematics and science like are the like the marriage of those things is the process of evolution for humanity. And if that's essentially the marriage of these things is going to bring about the next dramatic evolutionary coming of consciousness and of humanity in order to allow us to incorporate the necessary morality that we don't necessarily have, that didn't evolve with the technology that's available to us.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, we are talking about Advaita earlier. It's only in the embrace of all aspects of our being that we can evolve. If you leave one aspect behind, everything stays behind. You know, don't leave anything behind. Bring it along. So, and it's also very good to, I feel like, to look at what morality is meaning for you. You know, like, what is that? Well, I mean, if you had to ask everybody here what morality is, it might be different for each person.
Maximizing the well-being of conscious creatures. You have to that's morality. It's maximizing the well-being of conscious creatures.
For you, yeah.
Would other people
for you.
agree with that?
Cultural. That's where you come into problems when it comes to like forced integration of culture, because there are still cultures today that, you know, use that, like, you know, by my standards, let's talk about like law and crime and punishment. You know, there are still places where you can get your hand chopped off for stealing, right? So how does the person who lives in that, how does that reality of morality intermesh with another you know, understanding of morality? Because there, you know, while we have language, and while language is intentional, and while words have meaning, and if you don't agree on the definition of a word, you can't even have a conversation, right? Because you're not even having the same conversation. But even amongst different, even further than language, even further than colloquialisms and adaptations of how we understand language, there is the ego, and there is the circumstances of your upbringing, and there is the circumstances of your surroundings, not just your interpersonal, your biological, or your family, or even if it's not biological, but the world that you grow up around in your most immediacy. We don't all have anywhere near the same experience, even in the same country, much less on a global scale. So when you talk about morality, like, you know, I want to be able to say there's this universal definition, but there really isn't, and there can't be.
I do think that you can quantify or begin to quantify well-being, like Sam Harris says, just by, you know, if you look at a brain scan of a person that's in misery and being tortured and on the brink of suicide, and then maybe you witness them commit suicide of their own, like, volition. Like, you could be like, okay, here's the misery that led to that. And then you could look at someone experiencing ecstasy, like doing their dream, they're on a beach, they're surrounded by people that they love and love them back, and you can be like, okay, that is like well-being on a much higher scale than the misery that led to the suicide, right? And then you can check the hormone levels in the blood and be like, okay, they got this guy who's miserable, has the cortisol up the wazoo, he's at very low oxytocin, very low serotonin, very low dopamine. And the person that's experiencing well-being, not only do they have the aesthetic mental schematic of whatever's going on with the synapses, and they're experiencing the well-being, and they've got low cortisol, high dopamine, high serotonin, high oxytocin. So you can actually begin very poorly, you can begin to quantify well-being. And then you can objectively go, okay, there are many different ways to behave that can create all sorts of different types of well-being. That's the premise of Sam Harris's book, The Moral Landscape, where it's not like one size fits all. It's not like a Procrustean bed that everyone needs to fit in. If you're too tall, we cut off your legs. And if you're too short, we pull you on the rack so that we can fit you into this one model fits all. In fact, there's many different ways of living, right? But morality, even though people might behave differently, universally, I think you can say is about maximizing the well-being of conscious creatures. And there's no perfect plane, right? It would be like an extropic pursuit where, like, it's the journey can on go. And I think that is, you know, we were talking about, I forgot what
Jules,
you were talking about.
sorry to interrupt you, but to maximize the well-being of conscious creatures could mean their diet or something like that, or their sleeping patterns. Morality is pointing
How would
to
that?
something
But right. So
to
like
make the,
right,
so
Jon
you have a
Snow.
better
Right, Jon
walk up,
Snow. Yeah, Jon Snow
you
put an
know?
arrow in the heart of the king beyond the wall when Stannis Baratheon was burning him alive. So Jon Snow did a moral calculation and said, okay, this guy is burning alive right now. I want to put an arrow in his heart so he stops suffering immediately. Right? So you're right. But if unless someone's like going through like excruciating torment, I don't think snuffing a life is morality.
Well, I'm sure Bill Gates would argue that population control is morality. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sure that like, so like morality when it comes to that kind of thing, like, you know, what's I don't know the exact quote. I'm sorry. It's like, you know, what's good for the spider isn't necessarily good for the fly. So.
Oh, and by the way, for the chat, я вас прощаю. That was a Russian phrase. Anyway, Kimberly, go on.
Oh, that was my only point, is that when we're talking about like a spectrum of morality and where we all as like a consciousness can like agree upon like a central base for like at least the development of our morality. But like I said, when it comes to even when it comes to psychology, right? When it comes to interpreting different people, what makes them happy, what makes them sad, what makes them productive, what gets their juice going, you know, there are messed up people in the world, and it exists that, like, for me, if I was torturing somebody, for instance, it would mess with me. You'd probably register that on my brain, but there are people in this world who that would register as joy. There's, you know, like, there's a whole spectrum within itself, as when we talk about morality, that totally flips itself. That's like the inverse, because like I said, what's moral over here is not agreed upon, because the human condition is so interchangeable.
So there's like two approaches you could have towards morality in a culture, or in a group of conscious people. You could have the approach of many of rules, which is the majority approach on the planet. Is we have rules of engagement, we have rules of morality, and the other approach is awareness. Okay, so in the Buddhist lineages, they have many laws. I can't even remember. I think they have like 8,000 major laws and 80,000 mini laws. I mean, it's ridiculous how many. Like, we have 10 commandments in the Western Christianity. There's 10 commandments, but in Buddhism, they have like a law for everything: how to sit at the table, when to wear this color robe and when to wear that color robe. And you know, they have so many laws, so that every moment you can meet it with the immaculate knowing of what the Buddha would do in that moment, or something like this. Okay, I'm not a Buddhist, so don't quote me here. In the tantric lineage, we approach it from a different way. We approach it through awareness, knowing that even if you had 100,000 laws, you're going to meet a moment tomorrow that isn't in your law book. And what do you do? What do you do? So what we want to do then, and because we're also a little bit lazy, we don't really want to learn 100,000 laws, is we try to awaken deeper and deeper awareness, which is different to information. So the one way is through information, you could even say more. The other way is through awareness, where you connect into the present moment, and you go, okay, for the most, I don't want to kill anyone, but wow, there's a man truly suffering. So Jon Snow, he decides to take his life. That's a moment of,
but like people suffering in Africa, it'd be better to optimize the system to lift them out of poverty, right? As in, unless someone is being tortured alive by a king, right, or something, in like a public execution, is a lot different than, oh, someone's in poverty. Man, our government's so shit at fixing these systemic problems. Let's not deal with the problem of government. Let's just wipe these people out because they're suffering, right?
But like, that's also other people.
I think like with Thanos, if Thanos had the power to decrease the population to end suffering, he also had the power to double the resources.
Okay, but also like it's also like us determining what other people's suffering is.
I did. I wrote an article on the Institute for Ethics and Emerging Technology on the coming golden age of Africa. It's actually one of my most shared articles. I wrote it over 5 years ago.
So it's like, you know, what is it? It's like United States, Russia, Europe, also
But they
in
are
Africa. Very
they
big
were talking
place.
about doing a full, like a one continent currency for Africa, right? I did hear talk about trying to do an EU thing in Africa, but again, I think this fails what we know about the science of complexity and scale problems. I don't think you want nationalism. I think you want localism. I think you don't want to think about nations as competing strongholds. You want to think them as nodes and quench points. And we have to eliminate flow friction, right? The reason why we have global hunger is not because we don't produce enough food. It's because we don't have efficient, optimal systems to get enough food from A to B. And that is not a good reason to wipe people out because you think they're suffering. That's not Jon Snow.
Art as much as try and like introduce this concept of AIDS, so they start having less sex and stuff like that. I mean, there's different ways people do things. A lot of African people in my country have also stopped having so many children. I mean, I still meet people who have like 20 children and some, you know, it's amazing actually. I met a woman with, I don't know, like 50 grandchildren or something. But it's, no, she had told me, I can't remember the number now. But a lot of people in South Africa, black people, or African people, if you like, and white people, of course, are having far fewer children, like 2 children or something. It's they can't afford to have more children, and that's
Right,
one
exactly.
way. You know, you just increase the cost of living until you just can't afford to have huge families any longer.
Right, we're being. It's like what Karl Marx said. We're being crushed between the millstones of immiseration and rising inflation, right? And so I think we need to deal with this needless immiseration, right?
Yeah.
So Kim, I just wanted to come back to Kimberly for a moment, because I kind of feel there's something burning in you. You have this question around technology and morality. And it's like morality hasn't kept up with technology. And I get you see something, like you see some kind of excellence in the field of mind and technology, but you see something really lagging behind, which is maybe the human spirit or human love or humanness. Is it like that for you?
Yeah, I think that when it comes to community, I think that is one of the most essential parts of development for the individual, is to have a strong community. And I think that technology and the advancements of technology, whether it's social media, whether it's propaganda-based news, whether it's subliminal dopamine triggers that psychologists study to implement into ads or into just everyday life that we encounter, whether it's, you know, at work or at home, or I think that has caused a split. And I think that split is constantly reoccurring, and it's taking people and it's putting them into tinier and tinier microcosmic universes where only a smaller and smaller group exists, and they all have to be similar, but then even those groups break down into more. So the consciousness of humanity is constantly being dissected and separated by this power, this, you know, magic for all intents and purposes, that we don't have any sort of way to keep up with. And because of that separation, we're fueling hatred amongst smaller groups. And with that hatred becomes even more of a disconnect. You have less of a community. And when you don't have a strong community, you look to an overarching sense of power. You look to a big government. You look to somebody else to say, we were talking about earlier, we can't handle this. We don't know what we're doing. We're helpless. We need your help. And that's manufactured by people who want us to be separated, because there's nothing more terrifying than a united group of people. Because if we outnumber the people who are in charge of us, wherever we are, we always will outnumber the people in charge of us. So if we are in a state where we're constantly fighting and we're constantly like, oh, well, you're a little bit lighter than me and you're a little bit darker than me and you feel this way about this person and that way about that person and this is your religion and this is my religion, the more separate we have, there's less of a chance that we'll ever unify in the sense to combat the forces that are inherently trying to destroy us, which is this government who
It
wants
turns
the
us
power
against
that,
each other.
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay. It's just like I said, it's about like when you want to control a group, you want that group to be in chaos. And a way to make people in chaos is to separate people until there is no two people that get along anymore. And I think technology has effectively done this.
Well, I wanted to say the kind of the destruction of more like classical like community groups that would come together, whether it's, you know, for your local church or something where you knew each person by their name, you know, you have neighborhood barbecues or something that doesn't really exist anymore. Like the kind of communities we have are very, very shallow. You know, you're a sports fan and you kind of have this connection with someone else who has the same team as yours, or, you know, you like Marvel movies, so you go on Reddit and talk to people about Marvel movies, but all that is very superficial and like kind of based on a product. It's not so much, you know, this genuine human connection.
Yeah.
Well, like Comic-Con, for example, looks like a pagan festival, except it doesn't have all the mystery school rites, which would actually have some kind of a transformation that would occur in the person. Instead, it's just rampant consumerism with a little bit of that mythology mixed in. Like I talked about stuff like Sailor Moon, for instance, how much mythological images are in that, or any other anime. Like I think the Japanese are great at being able to tap into all of these different mythologies, whether they're aware or not. But yeah, people do see that there are different religions out there. They think like, how come you know, this one isn't right, like, or how come ours is right and this one isn't? So I don't know, like the whole thing about there being a perennial religion coming up, it seems like a double-edged sword for me. So I'm not sure where I stand. I don't think we'll be able to go back to the way things were. It almost seems like we're in a position where we just have to keep going forward and move on to whatever it is that awaits us and see what happens.
Yeah, no, I would definitely agree with that. This kind of, you know, you see kind of some people post about like the return to, you know, kind of like rural communities or something, the Shire or something. I think that's
the village.
Definitely.
M. Night Shyamalan's The Village.
That's a very fantastical way of thinking. You know, you might be able to, I guess, go somewhere with a small group and, you know, kind of have a small community, but at large, it's just not going to happen because you really can't turn back the clock on that. So I think it's sort of, instead of this idealization of the past, kind of, you know, what's the best way to move forward, you know, in accordance with my values, you know, how does that intersect with this technology that's coming along? How does it, you know, interact? How can I best use it to, you know, achieve the good?
Well, somebody said over here, Young Dala, shout out to Young Dala, he said, return to Hyperborea. And as far as what Hyperborea is in the mythological sense, it is this idea that we, you know, came from like these psychic ascended people. And I have no idea whether that's the case or not, but if there was some kind of a beginning for us more as these spectral beings, that is something that I could see as being an antithesis to technological control, to having AI determine how you get up in the morning, how you exercise, just become like one of those Wall-E people. That I see as the bad ending. And the good ending I see is us being able to utilize this inner technology in order to not succumb to a closed loop type system.
Yeah, what I'm hearing from you all right now, I'll just bring it into a tantric language, is I'm hearing a discussion between the masculine and feminine. And it's like, as patriarchy has reached its heights, technology reached its heights because it's been primarily a male pursuit. You know, if you go look at NASA images or Elon Musk, it's all men, you know, in employ mostly. That's the focused male interest. And there's been some great benefit from it. But now I'm hearing everyone's voice, including Jules' voice when he shouts localism, that we want this a feminine relational community moving together again, meeting in some way. You know, it's very, Jim's right, it's distracting when you pull these things up. So yeah, I'm hearing the voice of the feminine saying, okay, the masculine has reached some heights here in the technology, but yeah, what about us meeting in the body again, in flesh, in conversation, in laughter, in like talking without a phone in our hand, you know? And just being together as community, whether that's religious or in some other shared way.
Yeah,
Feeling
I
the
definitely I
feminine,
hear what
yeah.
you're saying. I don't know if I'd necessarily attribute that to like a masculine. I had a different idea in my head when you said this was turning into like a masculine feminine thing, and I wasn't necessarily attributing like technology to the masculine, because like one of the first scientists that wrote the book to get astronauts into space was a woman. I'm by no means a feminist, by the way. I'm like very much anti-feminist, but I think that the idea of like male and female energy is a big part of community in the first place, because male and female attributes just play off of each other in a way that when it is in harmony, there's like a it helps, we help each other evolve. Those energies evolve each other when they exist in harmony. So I was that's more of what I thought I understood from what you meant when you, or what you were saying when you said like the masculine and the feminine, because there's like an evolution in the formation of our thoughts right now, which I think is very much an intertwining of masculine and feminine energies and thoughts.
Well, I'd be curious as far as meditation goes. There is this thing that I mentioned before as far as my personal experience of seeing a white cross in the center and then seeing a ring of light in the periphery. And I've always seen those two things as being like a male and female aspect, where we have this ring, this Ouroboros, whatever you want to call it, that keeps us in a certain cycle. But we also have something that ends up breaking the cycle, the energy from which that cycle came from. So like the masculine would be like this energy that's brought into this vessel, and this vessel is the one that we are contained in, that nurtures us. So it's interesting for me to look at things in that way and see what more could be discovered.
Yeah.
Well, guys,
So,
I think we may be.
You're gonna say it next time.
What?
Shima, thank
No,
you
I was
so
just gonna
much
say I'm gonna
for
be
your
leaving,
time.
but I can hear you gonna say that as well, I think.
Well, I just wanted to say, Shima and everybody, this was such an amazing show. I appreciate everybody so much. You guys are the best. I'm so glad we were able to have this conversation. And Josh, you stuck around this whole time from the beginning, and so did you, Shima, and I'm just really grateful for that. So thank you so much. I hope to do more. And I hope to actually
Jules was here from the beginning, weren't you, Jules?
Oh yeah, well we're partners in this thing. We're doing it together. So yeah, Love and Jules break the rules, or now break the rules with Love and Jules. But anyway, we have on Friday coming up, we have the anarcho-primitivists versus transhumanists. And whoever wants to take part in that, let me know, message me. I think it's going to be really cool. And
I want to hear more. For sure.
Yeah, definitely. And so, guys, please subscribe to the show if you have not already. We have 32 people still watching this. This is incredible. So
subscribe, go to Patreon, like, comment, hit the bell, do it.
For any of you 35 that did not do it right now, I command you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, everybody.
Let's go.
God bless.